What's up, everybody? Good morning and happy Wednesday. Making the turn on this first week of, well, it's not even the first week, second week of March here, whatever the heck it is. DK Show coming to you from the TDS Sports Talk studios this morning. Appreciate you hanging out and, making us a part of your start, whether you are listening on the radio dials of 105.1 FM, 790 AM. Online, sportstalk1051.com. Stream it up over there. You got the app. Download it. Take it on the go. YouTube video stream. Also up and rolling your Google and Alexa devices. Multiple different ways for you to be joining in this morning. That Shoe Doctor's bullpen line up and rolling. Hit us up with some messages. 715-830-1912. What do we have on our game plan for us this morning as we are at the halfway mark of this week? We're going to talk some, more green and gold. Packers continuing to make moves since the last time we talked. Reported yesterday early evening that they're bringing in a wide receiver, but maybe more specifically, punt returner, kick returner, Sky Moore. Packers reportedly signing Sky Moore. Spent this past year with the 49ers, was originally with the Kansas City Chiefs. Not a whole lot of production throughout his early part of his career from a receiving standpoint, but from a return standpoint, last year he averaged 27.5 yards per kick return and 11.6 yards per punt return for the San Francisco 49ers. Do wonder, too, remember, and we could kind of get into this here in a little bit, but remember the old Tavon Austin and Tyler Ervin days, the Swerve and Ervin days of the early parts of Matt LaFleur's career as head coach for the Packers, and, a lot of those misdirections and jet sweeps, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Wonder if that's a potential to kind of bring that back here a little bit too with Sky Moore. And we saw it, off and on, but in the last couple of years and last few years, but really nothing to the extent like we saw in the early days when they had Tyler Ervin and even when they had Tavon Austin for a hot minute too. So, but Packers bringing in it seems like a dedicated returner specialist with a move yesterday. So, Romeo Doubs, he is also officially gone, signing up with the New England Patriots. 4 years, $70 million. That is something, looking at some of these wide receiver numbers, okay, with like Alec Pierce, with the Colts, even Romeo Doubs, Christian Watson's number is going up. It is going up. Probably one of the happiest people in the world has got to be a guy like Christian Watson in his representation, because that number, because really, and this is not a knock on Romeo Doubs, but you have to pick one from a talent standpoint. You're probably picking Christian Watson, and yes, he's gone through some injuries and such, but even Romeo's had some concussion history. Christian Watson's going to get paid on his next extension. So. But we'll talk some more green and gold and such. And something that happened last night at NFL Craziness. The Raiders and Ravens and Max Crosby. Max Crosby no longer being traded to the Baltimore Ravens. They're saying, the Ravens are saying that he failed his physical. Now, a lot of these trades are dependent on, passing physicals, passing exams and such. And Max Crosby was recovering or is recovering from meniscal surgery in his knee. So there was something, and yes, I did talk to Dr. Crow last night. He said his guess is that there's a combination of something they found in the exam, some MRI results, some pain or issues mentioned by Max Crosby. So one of those red flags probably caused the Ravens to back out. There is some conspiracy theories out there. Are they just using that as an excuse because they got cold feet and sending 2 first-round picks? Maybe a combination of both. But is there a trickle-down effect to this? Because Raiders, they spent a lot of money and some free agents. Reported, remember, nothing's official till today. Later on today in the afternoon when the new league year opens, there was some, and, I think until we get that dotted line signed, Cowboys were apparently in on Max Crosby close, so there is some speculation. Could they maybe drop out of the Rashawn Gary trade with the Packers and try to acquire Max Crosby again? Now, there are reports out there that the Cowboys are not going to do that they're going to stay with the Rashawn Gary trade. But again, until it's official, I think we're kind of crossing fingers, holding breaths, and all that sort of stuff. So, but yeah, that's kind of a crazy situation going down last night. It'll be kind of interesting now, too, with Trey Hendrickson, if he's going to be a Baltimore Raven. Apparently, he's going to be deciding today on where he's going to go. So, something to kind of keep an eye. And let's face it here, too, if it affects the NFC North, could the Bears get back into the Max Crosby trade? But again, a lot of these teams, with Max Crosby's cap hit, you're talking about $26, $27 million cap hit. A lot of these teams already spent some chunk of their money on free agents, and that would include the Bears, because right now they only got about little under $10 million available in salary cap. So they would have to either back out of some deals or do a lot of maneuvering to make that deal. But one thing's for certain, if there is a team or any teams that still want to acquire one Max Crosby, that price tag probably just went down. I'd be shocked at this point if the Raiders are still going to get 2 first-round picks, considering you have a team backing out because, and I'm sure maybe doctors are going to talk or not, and the Ravens do have a history of, if you kind of look back at some deals and some trades throughout their history, they have a history of backing out of those deals after going through the physicals and such. So, I mean, there is a little bit of a track record to that, but yeah, kind of crazy. Just kind of reminded me of the old Brett Favre story. Remember Ron Wolf? Brett Favre initially failed the physical when the Packers traded for Favre. He had a hip degeneration kind of issue, and story goes, Ron Wolf told the staff, go back in there and pass him, and, well, he passed, and the rest is history. So don't know if that would fly anymore in 2026 and such, but, man, something to kind of keep an eye on, especially the trickle-down effect with everything with this Max Crosby thing. So, but we'll talk plenty of football here this morning as Happy New Year. The league year officially does open later on this afternoon. So all those trades and all those signings, the new free agent signings, can become official later on today. Maybe something to kind of keep an eye on. This just popped up here this morning, a team that maybe needs some pass rushing help to go with Aiden Hutchinson. The Lions just created $32 million available in cap space by restructuring Jared Goff's contract. So, yeah, I don't know. But, all right, so we'll hit that up. What else do we got on the docket here this morning? We'll talk some hoops. Bucks lost again last night. So they are now 5 games out of that final playoff spot and just 18 to go. Losing 129-114 against the Phoenix Suns. Again, a Bucks team getting 17 points in the fourth quarter after dropping 30 in each of. Why do they got to have one of those quarters? Why? You had Kuzma dropping 33 last night, for crying out loud. Every starter was in double-figure scoring. Giannis 22. Turner had 22. Turner was 5 of 8 from 3, for crying out loud. And they still can't get it done. That was, the story from last night, though. Bam Adebayo passing Kobe Bryant for second place for the most points scored in an NBA game. 83 points. He was 20 of 43 from the field, chucked up 22 three-pointers, made 7 of them, but he went to the charity stripe, to the free throw line, 43 3 times last night. 43 free throw attempts last night, made 36. So 36 of his 83 points came from free throws. Bam Adebayo. That is going to be a trivia question for years to come if nobody else passes him. Wilt still on top with 100. Who's second place? And Bam Adebayo is a really good player. Probably is going to make the Hall of Fame. All-star, perennial all-star and that thing. But that's probably not going to be a name that a lot of people are going to assume or think is second on the scoring list for most points scored in a game. And I think it was just last week was the anniversary of when Wilt put up 100 points in that game. And kind of, I threw out a question, could we see the day that gets broken, or is that one of those untouchable records? And then Bam Adebayo gets 17 points away from tying it last night. So I guess I'll throw it back out to you. During your lifetime, do you think you're going to see somebody in the NBA break Wilt's record of 100 points in a game? You think we're going to see that? Man, it seems like it's getting a little bit closer and closer, but we've had a run of 70-point games over the years and such, so maybe. But Bam Adebayo, man, 83 last night. So we'll talk some hoops. We've got Big Ten Conference tournament and such that got underway yesterday. So Maryland moves on. They defeated Oregon, so Maryland will be taking on Iowa today. And then Northwestern defeated Penn State. So Northwestern will be taking on Indiana. We've got more games on the docket. That Maryland and Iowa game is going to start at 11 a.m. Then we've got USC versus Washington. If you are a Badgers fan, that is the game to watch because the winner of that game will face the Badgers tomorrow. Then Northwestern, Indiana, and then Rutgers versus Minnesota for the final game today. So that's for the Big Ten Conference tournament. Marquette will be in action tonight in the Big East tournament. They're going to be taking on Xavier, scheduled for around 5:30. So again, Marquette, they're going to need to win this Big East tournament if they want to get into the big dance. So one team that will be in the big dance, UW Green Bay women's basketball team, winning the Horizon League championship yesterday. So they're back in the tournament, so clinching that spot. So we'll talk some hoops and such throughout the morning. Little baseball, World Baseball Classic last night. Team USA on the brink of elimination. Italy upsetting Team USA 8-6. One of the maybe bigger surprises or upsets in the World Baseball Classic history. So with that loss, Team USA is going to be doing a little scoreboard watching tonight because that even Mark DeRosa misspoke yesterday, saying that they thought they had already advanced to the tournament's knockout round. Nope. And he acknowledged that he misspoke. But now they got to watch Italy versus Mexico tonight. Here's what's at stake. For Team USA to advance, here are some scenarios. If Italy wins and finishes the pool play at 4-0, United States would advance as well. If Mexico wins tonight, that means Mexico, Italy, and USA would all have 3-1 records. The tiebreaker that would determine which two teams advance to the quarterfinals considers runs allowed per out recorded. So if Italy and Mexico game goes at nine innings and Mexico wins and scores 5 or more runs, the United States and Mexico would advance. Should Mexico win while scoring 4 or fewer, it would advance alongside Italy. So the easiest way for Team USA to advance, you got to root for Italy to beat Mexico tonight. If it ends up in a tie, then we got to get into these runs and scores. So you just kind of probably want a really big lopsided victory For if Mexico's going to win tonight, probably like a big lopsided, lot of runs scored and such. So, yeah, not in the position that they probably want or thought they were going to be, and definitely not in the position that they wanted to be. So we'll talk some baseball and such here as the Brewers spring training too. They'll be back at it later on today too. So. What else do we have on the docket? We'll do a little inside the hobby segments. We'll probably hit that up in the 8 o'clock hour, maybe 9 o'clock hour. See how the morning goes here. It is a Mike's Star Market. Am I wrong? So give me your sports takes, opinions. Am I wrong for thinking this? Am I wrong for saying this? Also, the Hy-Vee game changer. All right. What was the play, or who was the player that you would throw in there as a nomination for our game changer of the week? Again, it doesn't have to be the best play or best player. It could just be, man, that play changed the outcome of the game or such. So hit me up with those. YouTube chat, texting line, all that good stuff. That's it. That's your game plan here this morning. So let's get going. All right. We'll catch you up on the latest in a crazy 24, 21 hours since we last chatted, 20 hours, whatever that is, since we last chatted about NFL free agency in the offseason. So let's catch you up on everything. We got to take a quick break, and then we'll get things going here this morning. We'll be right back with the leadoff coming up in just a couple minutes. When it comes to fresh, convenient, and delicious, Hy-Vee and Eau Claire has got you covered. From fresh produce and premium meats to bakery favorites and ready-to-go meals, everything you need is under one roof. Planning dinner tonight or maybe grabbing lunch on the run, stocking up for the week? Hey, Hy-Vee makes it simple. A store that feels like your neighborhood market, just a bit bigger. Plus, with daily and weekly deals and seasonal specials, there is always something new to discover. Hy-Vee and Eau Claire, where there is a helpful smile in every aisle. And don't forget, you can hit us up with your Hy-Vee game changers for this week. All right. Text those on over to that Shoe Doctors bullpen line at 715-830-1912. Let's get things rolling here this morning on the leadoff. Let's catch up from the last time we chatted with what's going on with the Packers and the craziness that we have seen so far in this legal tampering period, NFL offseason, free agency, whatever the heck we want to term it these days here. So start off with the Packers. So the last we talked about, some of the moves that they made at the cornerback position and such. But yesterday, Packers reportedly agreeing to a one-year deal for wide receiver / return man Sky Moore. Sky Moore was with the San Francisco 49ers last year. He was originally a draft pick in the second round of the 2022 NFL draft by the Kansas City Chiefs. And he played college ball at Western Michigan. And I remember he was a popular pick for Packers fans when we were kind of doing, getting to that draft, mock draft sort of thing. So, I mean, he was a fairly popular pick for Packers fans. Like, hey, that wouldn't be bad. Now, from a receiving standpoint, there's not a lot of production there. All right, we'll just call a spade here. There's not a lot of production. The most receiving yards that he has had in a season was his rookie year in 2022 with the Kansas City Chiefs. 22 catches for 250 yards. And really hasn't been involved in rushing the football all that much either. So he spent 3 years with the Chiefs. And then last year, the Chiefs traded him to the 49ers. And that's kind of maybe where he found his I guess, his niche, if you will, because in the first couple of years, first year, rookie year, I'm just kind of looking at his numbers from a return standpoint. In his rookie year with Kansas City, he had 17 returns for 136 yards, but he also lost 3 fumbles. And after that, didn't really do a whole lot in the return game until last year with the 49ers. 58 returns, 1,198 yards, an average of 20.7, had a long of 98. So that, I think, when you look at it, when you look at this move, I don't think he is going to be, getting a ton, unless there's injuries, knock on wood, getting a ton of reps as a wide receiver. Maybe it's special packages, maybe, some misdirection stuff and try to get a little creative with that. But he is, in my opinion, right now, looking at this thing, he is brought in for one job, and that job is to improve the kick return and punt returns for this team. Maybe they could get something out of him if they want to try to incorporate him in the receiving department. But let's face it, he'll be at the bottom of the depth chart. He will be behind Christian Watson. He will be behind Jaden Reed, Matthew Golden. You got Savion Williams in there as well, Dontavian Wicks. Heck, if Bo Melton, is probably going to still be above him as well. And, okay, is it guaranteed that maybe he makes the roster? I guess nothing's really guaranteed, and it's not the biggest contract in the world. But at some point, they've got to figure out their return game and at least have a little something respectable with that. And that's what I would hope with this move by bringing him in. Still young. I mean, he's only been in the league for, 4 years? Yeah, 2022, 23, 24, 25. So put him back there and see what you got. At least be respectful in the return game. At least have an opportunity, a chance to break one open. I mean, for crying out loud, you look at the Keyshawn Nixon returns and such, and just being able to give your offense a shorter field. We're not asking, maybe it would be awesome, but I don't think we're all expecting or asking like a Desmond Howard season where you're going to have a half a dozen, touchdown returns. Again, that would be flipping awesome. But, I mean, if you are getting like 30 yards of return or 20 yards, 25 yards of return and such, and just giving your offense a short field to work and getting that momentum right away, that is huge. And, even in the punt return department, we talk about flipping the field all the time. If you have a respectable returner out there that can, change that and give you, instead of starting the ball at the 10 because you got Romeo Doubs back there returning punts who isn't a threat, you got him, you got Sky Moore maybe giving you an extra 10 yards or so. I'd rather start at the 30 instead of the 15 or 20 or whatever it may be. So, or even heck at the 20 if normally you're at the 10. So I want some element of a threat at that position. And hopefully Sky Moore is somebody that can do that. Now, I'm not going to sit here and claim that this is an amazing, amazing, amazing move and all that. And I hope when we get into the regular season and we get games under our belt, we're talking about, man, what a fantastic signing that was. Grade A premium from Brian Gutekunst to make that move. I don't know if it's going to work out. You don't know if it's going to work out. We don't know if it's all going to work out, but at least there's a chance. At least they did something to try to improve this return element, this return game. So, as we mentioned, Romeo Doubs, he is officially gone, no surprise, but $70 million, 4 years, $70 million that the New England Patriots are giving Romeo Doubs. You look at some of the money that some of these receivers are getting, like an Alec Pierce, and then you throw in a Romeo Doubs. Christian Watson's extension it's going to be a lot. It's going to be a nice chunk of change. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of Packers fans that are going to question it, that are going to say, why are we doing this? Or that's too much money based off injuries and such. But I just, no. Watson, I think we saw last year when he's on the field and when he's healthy, he's a dynamic playmaker. And I hope this year, I want Matthew Golden to get more opportunities. And obviously Tucker Kraft is there too. And Jaden Reed, I think, is the Swiss Army knife of this group. But I would not be disappointed if perhaps there's maybe a bigger role for a guy like a Christian Watson. I know there's only one football to go around. You throw in the running attack and such. But Christian Watson, I think, can be that quote-unquote number one wide receiver. So, granted, yes, the Romeo Doubs contract doesn't affect Green Bay. It kind of does affect Green Bay a little bit in terms of comp pick, kind of where it's valued and such. And Green Bay is just raking in right now some fourth-round picks for next year with some of these contracts and such. But that's something to kind of keep an eye on with that Romeo Doubs contract. And you look at like an Alec Pierce contract, and how does it kind of factor in for Christian Watson? Heck, maybe even a Jaden Reed. How much money is Green Bay going to allocate towards two wide receivers when they probably want to keep a guy like Tucker Kraft around too? That's going to be something they're going to have to decide here fairly soon. And again, maybe that's why they're opening up a lot of this cap space for extensions, re-signing some of their guys right now. So maybe those price tags don't continue to roll up. But it was looking at that Dobbs contract was it was a little bit more than I thought he was going to get, to be honest with you. And I think a lot of those receivers, again, like a Christian Watson, he's going to be happy about that. But the big news from yesterday was this whole Max Crosby deal, whatever we want to call it. Ravens backing out of the deal with the Raiders. They're calling it a failed physical. And so Ravens backed out of it, which is kind of awkward. You could tell from the release that the Raiders are kind of pissed and such. He is recovering. Max Crosby is recovering from a meniscal surgery. So, and we'll talk more with Dr. Crow about this on Friday for Inside the Training Room, but I did, shoot him a message yesterday and, kind of asked for his expert analysis. And he said, his guess is that they have some combination of exam findings, MRI results, pain/issues mentioned by Max Crosby. Most trades and signings have the, quote, passive physical clause, so one of the red flags mentioned caused them to back out. Now, there is some, I guess you could call it, little conspiracy theory out there, wondering, did the Ravens just get cold feet and say, we don't want to spend 2 first-round picks? So they're kind of using this as an excuse. Just a few minutes ago, Diana Rossini tweeted this out, that the Ravens doctors, along with multiple independent ones, reviewed Crosby's MRI. They were unified in the belief that Crosby's short-term outlook was positive, but there were concerns about the long-term prognosis of his knee. Baltimore believed the risk was too high given the compensation it was giving up. So what's the trickle-down effect from this, right? Because a lot of teams, and nothing's official until later on today when the new league year opens up. So happy New Year, everybody. Get your party hats on and such. Trades, new free agent signings, all those agreements will become official later on today. But with this one now, with Max Crosby back with the Raiders, remember, the Raiders were spending cash and cash on all these other players. And according to Albert Breer this morning, the Raiders will honor all those agreements that they made with free agents. And all options still remain on the table. Max Crosby might look at this Raider situation and say, all right, they spent a lot of money. They got some dudes in here. I want to stay now. And maybe the Raiders feel like, okay, given some of the signings we got, let's keep him and let's rock and roll. Could there be other teams that are still interested? Absolutely, there probably is. But Raiders are probably going to get 2 first-round picks for him now. And as some people out there are saying, some writers and insiders are saying, they're not going to give up Max Crosby for a discount. So obviously the Raiders still want as much as they possibly can, probably those 2 first-round picks. Other teams are probably going to counter that. Maybe they can meet in the middle. Maybe if there is still a deal that is potentially going to happen, maybe it is based off of, all right, if Crosby plays 14 games this year, you get a first-round pick. If he plays 9 or fewer, it's a 4th-round pick. Those type of escalators that we've seen. It's like the Aaron Rodgers one, Packers the Jets, right? That's why Green Bay didn't get a first-round pick, because he got hurt and missed all that time. That's still a possibility, but the trickle-down effect, that could affect Green Bay. Dallas was a team that was mentioned as a possibility for Max Crosby and was in the running. They just acquired Rashawn Gary. Could they back out of that trade with Green Bay and focus their energy on Max Crosby? It's a possibility. Now, there are reporters out there that cover the Cowboys, like a Jane Slater, who said she has been told that the Cowboys are staying with the trade and going to keep Rashawn Gary. So Packers fans probably saying, but again, until it's official, can't feel good until it's official. The other trickle-down effect is, well, who was the team that was favored to acquire Max Crosby before the trade? It was the Chicago Bears. Now, could the Bears potentially make that move? Well, they also have spent some money this offseason, and with Max Crosby's cap hit, they would have to do some readjusting. they would have to maybe go back on some of those moves or do a lot of different things here, because according to Spot Track right now, you're looking at the Bears with about $7.5 million available in cap space. Max Crosby has like a $27 million cap hit this year. So, yeah, they would have to do a lot of different stuff. Now, the thing is here, when you look at with the Bears and some of their contract, they already got Montez Sweat has $25 million cap hit. Jalen Johnson's up there second most with a $25 million cap hit. Joe Tooney's got a $21.5 million cap hit. And then they got another edge rusher, Deo with a $20.5 million cap hit. So, and then you got Grady Jarrett still on there with an $18.9 million cap hit. They would have to do some movement to try to get that so they could absorb that type of cap hit. I don't know what happens here. I honestly feel like Crosby is probably going to stay with the Raiders, especially since, he kind of said in his goodbye that he still wants to finish his career as a Raider. Like he would love, remember that? Like after he was traded and the release said he'd love to still, the last jersey he wears, he wants to be a Raider. Maybe he just stays as a Raider. Maybe that's what happens. Nonetheless, a crazy, crazy day. And maybe it's about to be crazier today too. All right, we got to take a quick break. Plenty more to get to, though. We'll be right back after these quick words. When it comes to glass, clarity matters. At Post Glass and Mirror in Chippewa Falls, you will find expert craftsmanship and dependable service for your home, your business, or your vehicle. From custom shower doors, to mirrors to window replacements and auto glass repair, they do it all and they do it right. Whether you are upgrading your space or fixing a crack before it spreads, Post Glass and Mirror delivers quality that you can see. Local, experienced, and trusted. That's Post Glass and Mirror in Chippewa Falls. Clear solutions built to last. And our Post Glass and Mirror 715 Speaks poll question that was up on the Sports Talk Facebook page last night, we just simply asked, do you think with Green Bay creating a decent amount of cap space, do you think they're maybe planning a big move? A lot of optimism. 62% of the voters said, yes, you think they are planning a big move, while the rest of you, 38% of you, said, no, that you don't. So, but, well, I guess we'll see. We'll see. I think we're all just kind of maybe there's something, whether maybe it's just, hey, they're just creating some space and they're just looking to sign up a few of their guys, the guys that we consistently mentioned, Devontae Wyatt, the Watsons, the Tucker Crafts, the Jaden Reeds, those guys. It could just be simply that. Simply that. But there's some people out there thinking there's maybe a little bit more on the table. Digital says with more, it says a lot, too, because Casey lacked pass-catching playmakers for his duration there, too, about wide receiver. Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. You look at the production that he had from a receiving standpoint about there, and it's just, yeah, we'll see. But that's a good point by Digital, that you look at his receiving numbers and such, and the fact that they didn't have a whole lot of depth there and still struggled to make some plays in that. So, yeah, and you look at the depth chart here for Green Bay, he's not going to be above, obviously, Watson, Golden, Reed, those guys. Wicks. Savion Williams, I'm still quite unsure. I mean, I think he's a third-round pick for a reason. I'd like to know how they're going to kind of utilize him, or what the focus is going to be for Savion Williams in terms of this offense coming in next week, or coming in next season and such too. So that's kind of a wild card person for me. So, but I know I went a little long, so we're gonna have to take another quick break here before we wrap up the first hour. So we'll have plenty more football talk coming up a little bit later on. I do want to get into some hoops chat, kind of an informal poll question with Bam Adebayo scoring 83 points. Do you think in your lifetime we will see somebody in the NBA break Wilt Chamberlain's 100-point mark? Do you think? Or maybe another kind of fun question to throw out there. What record, any sport, that maybe for the longest time has been viewed as unbreakable? Is there a record that you believe that for the longest time has been termed unbreakable that you feel like, you know what, I think we're going to see that broken in my lifetime? What's a record? Is it Joe DiMaggio's hit streak? Is it, I'm just throwing out some records. Is it Wilt's? Is it Favre's in the NFL? Those type of maybe quote unquote unbreakable records. What do you got? All right, hit me up, 715-830-1912. All right, we'll take a quick break, and we'll be back to wrap up the first quarter, coming up here in just a couple minutes. Hunting season will be here before you know it, and that preparation starts right now at Tilden Gun. They know serious hunters don't wait until opening day to get ready. Whether you are gearing up for the upcoming spring turkey season or maybe planning ahead for fall, now is the time to make sure that your equipment is dialed in, from shotguns and rifles to optics, ammunition, and must-have accessories. Tilden Gun has the selection and expertise to help you step into the woods with confidence. Maybe it's time to upgrade your setup. Maybe it's time to sight in that new optic, or maybe it's just stocking up so that you are not scrambling later. Turkey demands precision, patience, and preparation. Stop on in to Tilden Gun and talk with the people who understand the hunt, because they live it too. Tilden Gun, get ready now so that you are ready when it matters the most. Just a couple minutes left to the top of the hour. So again, send us your Hy-Vee game changers. Who was a player or what was a play in the past week or so that you're like, that was a game-changing play, man. Or maybe a game-changing move. Like I mentioned yesterday, it could be a free agent move. Maybe it's the Max Crosby thing. But what was maybe a game-changing decision in terms of this NFL offseason? All right, have a little fun with that one. Also, we'll do our Mike Star Market, Am I Wrong? Give me a sports opinion, a sports take, where you'd be like, am I wrong? Like yesterday on my Facebook page, it was National Ranch Day. I said, am I wrong? That's the best condiment of all time. I don't think I am. We'll get that. Also, we'll do a little inside the hobby. I'll just give you a little bit of a hint. If you still hold on to your Sports Illustrateds from over the years, you may want to listen up, see if you have this copy. I actually just put up a few more of my old Sports Illustrated from the 90s. Put them in some frames and on the wall in the man cave. But if you have a collection of them, let's say going back 40-some years, you may want to listen up if you have this copy for how much it went in a recent auction. So, anybody still hold on to Sports Illustrateds? Like right now, I just kind of keep the ones if my team's won a championship or in those covers and such. So, but anywho, we'll get to that coming up here in just a little bit. We'll wrap up this hour with Morgan. Good morning, Morgan.
How's it going, Kasper?
Good. How are you?
You have a little throwback action on you. Kind of look 90s with your flannel.
Oh, thank you.
That's a little My So-Called Life going on. Do you have Doc Martens and the eyeliner, too? Ready to go grunge?
Did you say, do I have Doc Martens?
Yeah, I did. Do you? Let me see them. Ha, you do. I thought you looked 90s on the walk by. That was intentional.
Yeah.
That was a choice.
I do need a new pair because these are probably from the 90s.
Somebody's going to listen to Chris Cornell today.
Yeah.
Crank up that Soundgarden. All right, we're going to go day in the life rapid fire, okay?
All right, let's do it.
Favorite movie genre? So like horror, romantic comedy, sci-fi?
I'm probably going to have to go horror.
Oh, ew, I can't sit through them. Okay.
Here's the thing. I haven't found a horror movie that really scares me except for one.
What?
And I'm just always on that path.
What is it?
Exorcism of Emily Rose.
That was a freaky deaky one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I will say the Conjuring series is not bad. So.
What about, do you like just like psychological gore like Saw?
No.
Okay.
No.
That's totally different.
No. I need paranormal stuff.
Comedian that always makes you laugh.
Ooh. You know what? Sebastian Maniscalco.
Okay.
Maniscalco. I can never say his last name.
Okay.
But he's like a new one.
Yeah,
on
the real deal. I've seen him on the scrolls, yeah.
Yeah.
Cause you're passionate about.
We'll say Backyard Dreams.
Yeah, that's a good one, I would say. Group activities or solo activities?
Solo.
Ideal day. Take us top to bottom.
Oh, so just like an ideal day.
Yeah, put together your ideal day.
Probably getting in, not waking up at 3-something in the morning.
Ding, ding, ding.
And then, maybe doing a little fishing.
Okay.
Going to, something like that, hang out with family.
Do you go to a game?
Honestly, probably not.
Nope. You're gonna go outside and do something outdoorsy?
Yep.
Okay, I can get behind that. And now build your perfect plate. What's the perfect meal? Top to bottom. Let your River Valley mind wild.
Hard shell taco, bacon cheeseburger, a nice beer battered fish, and then
So
a good pasta salad. Yeah.
You're going surf, turf, and Mexican all on the same plate. Mm-hmm. Dessert?
I will go with my grandma's favorite because I just had it again, coconut cream pie.
Does she make it?
She doesn't, but that's her favorite pie.
You know what's coming up?
What?
3/14 Pie Day.
Oh.
coming up. And if you're going Bloomer, Main Street's doing a special both on pizzas and pies.
That's Saturday.
Yeah, that is this Saturday. If you like to celebrate
Friday
math.
the 13th, too.
I know. There's your scary superstitious.
Yep.
And, okay, last one. Favorite podcast. I know what you're going to say.
Mine.
But you have so many to choose from. You have to pick a favorite.
Expanded Perspectives.
That's the latest one?
Yep. I don't have time to tell you what it is, so I'll tell you off the
I don't
air,
have time to begin to imagine.
All right, here we go. Second quarter, second hour, kicking off right now on this Wednesday morning, making the turn Wednesday. Give us your Mike Star markets. Am I wrong? Am I wrong for thinking this, saying that, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? Your high V game changers, and we can adjust that one a little bit because of the NFL offseason and free agency and such, but maybe a game-changing signing move in the offseason. And you think, man, that team, that's really going to change. That was a big time move. Maybe it is related to Green Bay and such. Maybe that's what you think your game changer is. We got a Zaire Franklin pick for game changer. Brandon saying that he was listening to Zaire Franklin on Jim Rome and said that Zaire could be a game changer for the defense. Talks about getting back with Jonathan Gannon and how it fits his style. Sounds like a solid veteran leader. So make some more picks. We'll hit that up. We got a little Inside the Hobby coming up a little bit later on here, too. We're going to talk some baseball. Team USA in the World Baseball Classic on the brink of elimination after falling to Team Italy last night, 8-6. And now they're going to be doing a little scoreboard watching. Going to be doing a little scoreboard watching here because Italy is taking on Mexico tonight. And here's what's at play. If Italy wins, they will finish pool play 4-0, and the United States would advance as well. If Mexico wins, you got a three-way tie. Each of those three teams would be 3-1. In that case, the tiebreaker that would determine which two teams advance to the quarterfinals considers runs allowed per out recorded. So, in the Italy-Mexico game, if it goes 9 innings and Mexico wins and scores 5 or more runs, the United States and Mexico would advance. Should Mexico win while scoring at 4 or fewer, it would advance alongside Italy. So you either need Italy just to win or Mexico to win in a blowout. Those are the two options. And, they don't control their destiny now. They got to hope for the best. But it's definitely, with that loss to Team Italy, probably one of the biggest upsets in the 20-year history of the World Baseball Classic. So, but we'll talk some more baseball and such. We've got the Brewers back at it today, this afternoon, taking on the Cincinnati Reds. Reminder, that game, looking at the studio schedule, will not be on the radio. But it looks like we're going to see Robert Gasser get the starts, listed as a probable starter for the Brew Crew. So, but what are we at here? Just like 15 days away? Yeah. 2 weeks from tomorrow, opening day for the Brew Crew. Getting close, man. Getting close. Hoops-wise. Bucks fell again last night, even with Kyle Kuzma leading the team with scoring 33 points. You had all starters and double-figure scoring for the Milwaukee Bucks, but still wasn't enough as they fell to the Suns 129-114. Mentioned Kuzma, 6 of 10 from 3. You had Giannis putting up 22 points. Miles Turner was 22 points, 5 of 8 from 3. But only 11 points coming off the bench for this Bucks team. Cam Thomas with 8 of those 11 points. The other came from A.J. Green contributing 3 points. So, last night, too, was a game where it was a very short bench. 5 starters, all 5 starters playing over 30 minutes. Ryan Rollins played 41 minutes last night. Bucks even shot 42% from 3, 51% overall from the field. But the Suns shot 54% overall from the field, 47% from 3. And the Bucks were only 14 of 20 from the charity stripe, and the Suns only went to the line 11 times last night, but 82%. So, yeah, frustrating. But the story from the NBA last night was Bam Adebayo passing Kobe Bryant for second on the list of most points scored in an NBA game in its history. And it was last week was the anniversary of the Wilt. Was it last week or was it 2 weeks ago? I think it might have been 2 weeks ago, actually. It might have been 2 weeks ago this Friday, I believe. But anyways, that was the anniversary of when Wilt Chamberlain scored the 100 points. So Bam Adebayo, again, he's probably going to be a Hall of Famer. He's an all-star, a really solid player, really good player. It'll probably be a good trivia question if it still holds that he is second on that list for years to come. You know, for the youngsters out there, hey, who's the second time? Who's got the second most points scored in an NBA game? Unless you're a diehard, and you probably remember this. I don't think Bam Adebayo is going to be one of the first names to come to the mind for a lot of people. But, and I know we asked this for the Wilt Chamberlain thing, and I'll kind of throw it back out there. Do you think we are going to see the day in our lifetime where Wilt Chamberlain's scoring record, most points scored in a game, 100, is broken? Do you think we are going to see that day? Or another kind of question to add on to that is, what has been kind of labeled an unbreakable record for the longest time that you feel like, you know what? I kind of think that that's going to be a record now that's going to be broken. I think I'm going to witness that record being broken at some point in my life. We had Digital on there talking a little bit about Joe DiMaggio's hit streak is unbreakable. I think Wilt's 100 is achievable with the current focus being more offensive slanted game. Ripken's Ironman has to be unbreakable too, you'd think, but the drama and fixing MLB did to allow that to happen is interesting as well. Yeah, I think the Ripken one, I can't see that one being broken in my lifetime. I just feel like there's going to be managers are going to give guys an off day and all that. That one I don't feel like is ever going to be broken in my lifetime. The hit one, you would, I don't think we're going to get 56. I think we might be close. Maybe a couple more 40s and such, kind of like we're getting with the NBA scoring and that, but I just, trying to think of another one off the top of my head. Definitely, I don't think I'm going to see anybody break the scoring record all-time points-wise in the NBA now that LeBron is just continuing to add on that and add on that and add on that. I'm trying to think of what are some of the other. I don't think we're going to see, like Bill Russell and all those championship rings. I don't see that either. What about, you think anybody's going to break passing records in the NFL? Tom Brady's got it. I don't think we're going to see anybody break. And again, this is just during my lifetime, and hopefully it's for a long time yet. I don't think we're going to see anybody pass Jerry Rice. I just the amount, the level of consistency and success, and and I know it's a little bit more of a passing league. I don't see a receiver getting to that level. Now, Brady, career-wise, has 89,214 passing yards. The next highest active player is Aaron Rodgers at 5, 66,274. Then it's Matthew Stafford, 64,516. I mean, you're talking about 25,000 more yards. So there's no way. Flacco's 14th, Russell Wilson's 16th. I'm just kind of looking at, some of the active players. Yeah, that one's tough. Let me go down the list a little bit more. I mean, it'd have to be somebody who's like young right now and still balling. No. Patrick Mahomes is 33rd on this list right now. He's got 35,939. Maybe that would be the closest one, I would think. Josh Allen's at 56 right now, and he's a year younger. There's anybody, I think it's got to be those two right now at this point. But still, that's going to be a tough one too. Going back to the receiving one, I don't think anybody's going to catch Jerry Rice because the gap. Rice is at 22,895 receiving yards. Larry Fitzgerald's second at 17,492. The highest active player is DeAndre Hopkins at 13,295. That's almost 10,000 yards fewer than Jerry Rice. Mike Evans, 13,052. He ain't catching him. Devontae's 26 at 12,633. He ain't catching him. Travis Kelce's got 13,000. He ain't catching him. Who's a young? Justin Jefferson's probably the youngest one. on this list. 5 years, he's got 8,480 yards. I still don't think he's going to catch Rice. And a lot of that, too, with these receivers, I think a lot of it's so dependent on your quarterback play. Do you have that good quarterback? Jerry Rice was blessed to have Montana, right? Young. Heck, even with the Raiders, Rich Gannon for a hot minute. It's so dependent on if you got a good quarterback throwing you that ball. Do you think we'll ever – what about the rushing? I don't think we're going to – with how running backs right now in the league are just kind of cycled in and out. Derrick Henry is 10th on this list, all-time rushing list. He has played 9 seasons. He was a rookie in 2016. Emmitt Smith has 18,355 yards he played 14 years. Derrick Henry would have okay. So Derrick Henry, let me just kind of do some math here. I got to bust out the calculator because me and math are not great. 18,355 minus 13,018. So Derrick Henry is currently 5,337 yards away from tying Emmitt Smith. Henry has played in 9 seasons. He's entering his 10th season. If he gets a little over 1,000 yards for each of the next 5 years, he may be able to do that. And I mean, he's just coming off of another season where he ran over 1,500 yards. Is it possible that Derrick Henry could catch it? That honestly, and then after that, the next closest active is Saquon at 44 at 8,356. And okay, so these are of the all-time rushing list. Just kind of an interesting nugget, I thought. All-time rushing list. Derrick Henry, 10th. Next is Saquon at 44. Then it's Josh Jacobs at 58, 7,803 yards. Then Aaron Jones is 60th, 7,626. Of active leaders right now for all-time rushing yards. So Wayne Gretzky's 215 points in a season won't get touched. His all-time points record will never be sniffed. That's a good one, too. That's from resident hockey expert C-Bomb on the texting line. Yeah, Dustin says Nolan Ryan's pitching records, Wilt's record, Brett and Cal's Ironman records. Some of those pitching records, too, wins from a starting pitcher, that ain't getting touched. That's just not getting touched. Most wins by a pitcher all time. I just know that Cy Young's, nobody's going to get 511 wins as a pitcher anymore. I just know. Are we going to see another pitcher in our lifetime to get 300 wins? That always was like kind of the benchmark. Active leader right now is Verlander at 260. I don't think so. All right. What's this say? Will someone break down a driver's record for most receiving yards for the Packers? So, okay, I think I get what somebody going to break down driver's 10,000 receiving yards record for Green Bay. I think so. I think we're going to get to that. Because right now, it's Donald Driver at 10,137 yards. James Lofton was second. Sterling Sharp. Devontae was fourth. Don Hudson still fifth. So Christian Watson is 30th on this list at 2,264. Romeo is actually 24th on this list. I think we will. I think we'll see it during my lifetime. James Jones. I just saw James Jones. Where's James Jones on this list? James Jones, 14th on this list. Randall Cobb's 11th. Greg Jennings, 9th. And Greg Jennings only played at Green Bay for 6 seasons, and he's 9th on that list. Jordy, I had mentioned Jordy already, too. He's right behind Don Hudson. So, all right. We'll take a quick break. Keep those picks coming. Hey, Bo Melton's 135th on this list, in case anybody was wondering. We'll take a quick break. We'll talk some more football and such. We've got hoops. We've got baseball. Send me your Hy-Vee game changers, your Mike Star markets. Tell me I'm wrong. We'll do a little Inside the Hobby coming up later on in the program as well. But we got a quick break, and we'll be right back after these quick words. Accidents happen. Getting back on the road should not be stressful, though. At Superior Auto Body in Eau Claire, you'll find experienced technicians, quality craftsmanship, and service that you can trust. From collision repair and dent removal to full paint work and insurance coordination, they handle the details so you don't have to. They will restore your vehicle the right way, safely, professionally, and with attention to every detail. When your vehicle needs expert care, choose a team that puts quality first. That's Superior Auto Body in Eau Claire, bringing your vehicle back to life, one repair at a time. And speaking of backyard dreams over there too, Superior Auto Body, our backyard dreams partners. Time's running out for you to nominate a child that we want to send to a Brewers game, Brewers-Dodgers game coming up in May. So go to our website, sportstalk1051.com. Just click on that Fan Cave tab, scroll all the way down to the bottom, and you'll see that nomination process there. So whether maybe you want to nominate a child because they haven't been to a Brewers game before, or maybe they just, you know what, things haven't been going the greatest, or just need a little pick-me-up and such, and a Brewers game would do the trick, hey, nominate that child so we can send them to Milwaukee for a Brewers and Dodgers game coming up in May. But that nomination process is going to be closing up here fairly soon, so make sure you do that. But again, big thanks to our Backyard Dreams partners, Superior Auto Body in Eau Claire. I got a lot of your texts and messages to get to here, so I will do that in just a little bit. But we're going to go chat a little football here this morning as the NFL offseason will officially begin. The new year officially begins later on this afternoon, but it has been a busy past couple of days here with a lot of moves, and obviously the Max Crosby situation that we were talking a little bit about earlier. Packers have been making moves every single day. So let's catch up with Joe. And Joe, of all the Packers moves that we have seen so far, Zaire Franklin trade, Sean Ryan re-signing, we've got the Rashawn Gary trade, we've got Sky Moore, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Is there one move that really stands out to you that you like the most?
Getting a fourth for Rashawn Gary when it was well known around the league that he was not going to be a Green Bay Packer. So I tip my hat to Brian Gutekunst and his team for getting that deal done, because I think that was just a heck of a move. And I will say this, that Jerry Jones might have a spot in the Packer Hall of Fame. I just, between obviously the Micah Parsons deal, obviously the history that Green Bay and Dallas has had, and then getting a fourth-round pick for Rashawn Gary, I just think it's huge. I like all of the moves. I think Green Bay has been smart. They're playing things close to the vest. Right now, they've got a significant amount of cap room. You're looking at effective cap room, according to Ken Ingalls, of $38 million. Now, again, you're looking at probably $24 million effective cap space. So there's more moves to come. And obviously Green Bay has been reported in some talks with the Eagles. Green Bay also has a couple of their own players that they'd probably like to extend, Tucker Kraft and Christian Watson. So I think Goody's done a heck of a job. I think he's addressed a couple of positions, linebacker and cornerback, making it a little bit easier as far as where he focuses for the draft. But I like where he's put the team now from a financial standpoint. And the Sean Ryan move, I think they said, we've seen enough. He's our center, and that center market just blew up. So all in all, right now, I think Green Bay and I think that front office has done a nice job.
Yeah, the Eagle Jalen Carter stuff. I don't know if I really buy that those blogger rumor reports, because I mean, what could Green Bay give the Eagles, from a draft pick compensation out there? I don't know if that's more smoke than fire. I'm sure there was probably like a phone call, but I mean, how much are you buying that one?
You know what? I think there's conversations. I agree with you. I mean, it's becoming a little Sonny Weaver Jr.-esque, where it's like we're going to give away all of our number ones and number twos now, and so. I've heard Philadelphia has some interest in Jaden Reed that could be part of that deal. I do think Green Bay is going to make a move for an interior defensive lineman. Whether or not it's a splash move like that, I do tend to think it might be some type of a trade, because right now as it stands, when you look at Malik Willis, Romeo Doubs, and Igbare, obviously Walker. At some point, Green Bay's looking to really cash in on the compensatory picks in next year's draft. But if you go out and get a free agent for a particular amount of money, you lose that comp pick then. So I think Green Bay is trying to straddle that fine line of, well, let's acquire a defensive lineman, but let's not do it at the cost of a comp pick for next year. So I do see Green Bay still making some type of move for an interior D lineman, whether or not it's a splash move. There's a lot of cap space, though, and Green Bay is cooking something up. Goody's cooking something up because, for example, the McKinney deal, where they restructured his deal, they didn't need to do that necessarily if they weren't looking to make a splash. Now, again, I want to reiterate, that splash could be internal, where they're just going to get some extensions done, which is fine. But I see Green Bay and Goody in that front office making a move at that defensive line position very soon.
Yeah, I mean, because they're going to, I would assume they want to keep Tucker Kraft and Christian Watson around. And given what we're seeing with some of the wide receivers and such, Christian Watson's got to be smiling pretty good here for his upcoming extension, because if Romeo Doubs gets $70 million and we saw what Alec Pierce has, it's probably going to be a pretty penny to keep both those guys around for Green, which I would imagine they want to.
Absolutely. Again, you look at, whatever top 100 list you want to refer to. And I'd say this, that if Christian Watson plays a full season last season and has the kind of numbers that he ended up with, and you extrapolate that out in a full season, if Tucker Kraft plays that full season, I think those are two guys that crack that top 100 list. And so, yeah, you got to take care of your own. And those are two guys that are critical to this offense. So, and if those are the moves with all this cap space, I'm good with that as well. I don't think, and then you address defensive line, interior defensive line in the draft. I mean, the biggest area right now from a player acquisition that I'd like to see, though, is that nose tackle if you're looking at a true 3-4 defense.
Mm-hmm. What do you make of the corner moves that Green Bay has done in the last 24 hours or such, bringing in Benjamin St-Juste and then moving on from Nate Hobbs after just 1 year?
I like both of those. I think St-Juste gives them – I think there's an upside there. He's a tall cornerback. I think that he brings something to the table, and I think it was a deal that, you're not breaking the bank on, but you're betting on an upside. And I think moving on from Hobbs, looking at the injury history, looking at the fit or the misfit that he was in that defense last year and probably going to be this year, I think Green Bay made the wise move. I think he was due a $6 million bonus at the start of the season. And again, rather than pay that $6 million bonus on a guy who can't stay healthy and who really doesn't fit, I think that was the smart move. And again, you're going to make moves as an NFL GM, and some of those moves aren't going to work. And the faster you move on from them, the better. Mm-hmm. And again, that's a post-June 2nd designation. So Green Bay will get cap relief this year, dead cap being pushed into 2027.
And that's where I wonder if some of the extensions come from, because they don't have that space right now, that they'll have to wait till June to get that. But that seems like that's time frame maybe used towards keeping one of those guys that we've just been mentioned about, signing an extension and such.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And look, I love the fact that Russ Ball is doing that cap work, and I think he's one of the best in the business. And again, I really like the moves that this front office has done. But you're absolutely right. That post-June 1, June 2 designation could be used for one of these extensions that we're talking about with either Kraft, Watson, or both of them.
Mm-hmm. And would you give an extension to Devontae Wyatt?
Yes, absolutely. I think he's probably, don't get me wrong, I think he's valuable. But I think I get the Kraft and Watson deals done first, and then get that Devontae Wyatt deal done as well. And again, those three, they're going to cost you a lot of money. So as you said, maybe you get an extension done now, one of those guys or two of those guys, and then you get that third extension done after that post-June 1. So a lot of maneuvering around. Again, where Green Bay is, effective right now, cap space, they've got room to play. And whether or not we're going to play with we can get our own players done, I'm cool with that. I do think, though, that Goody's going to take a swing at some interior defensive lineman that's going to help this potential transition to a 3-4.
It kind of feels like, with the Zaire Franklin trade where they traded Colby Wooden for Franklin, and then if you factor in Rashawn Gary as part of that defensive line and such, it almost feels like they inadvertently kind of forced themselves like, okay, yeah, now we definitely have to make a trade for a defensive lineman because we lost just their best. Not saying he was the best in the league, but their best run-stuffing defensive lineman in Colby Wooden last year. So do you like that move to bring in Zaire Franklin, who's, he doesn't have any more guaranteed money left on his deal? He is a veteran, was a second-team All-Pro just a couple of years ago. We had a listener say that he was on Jim Rome yesterday, and just listening to him talk, he's pumped to get back with Jonathan Gannon and such. So what was your thoughts when you heard that move get down the wire on Saturday?
Yeah, it's a couple of things. I think Gannon wants bigger D linemen, and so I think you're seeing a lot of the undersized tweeners that Green Bay had previously. I think you're seeing them moving on from those types of guys. So first and foremost, I think it's a philosophical switch that you're seeing. Secondly, you and I talked about this. This was the year to go out and get some veterans. This was the year to go out and get some veterans with attitude. And I think Franklin exactly fits the bill there. And I think he's the kind of guy that you bring in a little bit older. I think he's a little bit north of 30, but he's a guy that's been around this league. He's a leader in the locker room, and he's got a little bit of that dog in it. And so I think, again, you're seeing a philosophical switch with some guys with some attitude, some veteran guys, and again, bigger D linemen to accommodate what Jonathan Gannon wants to do. So I think you're seeing this. The off season is really a microcosm of the front office and the coaching staff being on the same page. What do we want? What do we want in a guy? What kind of scheme are we going to run? And let's get players to fit that scheme. And again, one more that I want to bring up, Captain, is the Sky Moore signing. I think that's a great signing, and it certainly addresses a position of need with the return game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like these are some of the moves that we've seen with Sky Moore, the corners. I mean, even bringing back Kennard to back up for depth on the offensive line and such. It's not. They haven't been like eye-popping splash moves or long-term deals, but it's been something I think you and I have talked about even a few weeks ago. Maybe we see more of these 1-2 year type of deals, and so far that's what we have seen so far from Brian Gutekunst in Green Bay.
Yeah, I like it, and again, I think it fits what you and I have been talking about, and it fits, I think, what this football team needs right now to get them over the hump. And again, I think one of the things that I've been reading and one of the things that I'm hearing is getting guys that have been through the wars a little bit to help get through the fourth quarter and get into this late season where they're starting to win some of these critical games. And so, I think these are finishers. I think these are players that have been through stuff that can finish games and fill a role and also bring a little bit of an edge to you. And I think Sean Ryan, going back to it, I think he's got that nasty mentality a little bit where you're a mauler, but also, you know what? You go after Jordan Love, I'm going after you. And I think that's what this football team needed for some of those guys that bring that to the table, not only able to play in the scheme, but also have that attitude as well.
I know a lot of people, when that Sean Ryan deal was announced, are like, ooh, 3 years, $11 million per, it's like one of the highest paid centers. But as we know, I mean, it's not just average per year. It's cap hits, guaranteed money and such. But given what we have seen with some of the center money out there, does that deal look even better, in your opinion, for Green Bay?
Absolutely. And again, I like what Sean Ryan brings to the table. I think that was I thought that was an excellent signing. And again, continuity on the offensive line is critical. And I always love it when you can get, okay, we're going to go with 5 guys and they're going to line up for the next 3 years. So I like getting deals like that done. Sean Ryan, in my opinion, improved the running game immensely playing center. So, yeah, I thought that was a smart move by Green Bay. And, again, fans who look at some of these deals, they don't know the real deals and the real numbers that we're dealing with. So I thought it was a fair deal and exactly what Green Bay needed to do.
All right, last question for you. So Green Bay has made a move every single day since Saturday. Do they make another move today? Prediction time?
Yep, absolutely. I think you're going to hear something about that interior defensive line today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's when you look at that. Maybe a Calais Campbell, maybe a DJ Reader. I wouldn't mind one of those guys for sure, man, for sure. So
not at all. You and I are totally on the same page, especially with Campbell. I think he's exactly the type of guy that can help this football team.
I agree. It's been fun, man. I'm not used to this for Green Bay. I mean, yeah, Goody's been doing moves ever since he's been GM, but this has been a little bit different where we've gotten something every single day to talk about. So it's kind of been like Christmas a little bit talking about this.
Yeah, it's good stuff, and I just feel really good about the moves that are made, and again, I will not be surprised if there is a potential splash move coming up, or at least something to address that interior defensive line.
Mm-hmm. All right, Joe. I appreciate the time as always, sir. You have a good rest of your day, good rest of your week, and we'll catch up with you again next week, man.
All right, brother. Take care, man.
You got it. There you go. There's Joe DeGuano joining us here this morning, chatting a little football. We got to take a quick break, but we'll be right back after these few words. Tax season is here, and that refund check, it's more than just some extra spending money. It could be an opportunity. How is it an opportunity? Well, this year, why not invest it right where you live? Upgrade your home with beautiful new flooring from Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire. Whether you've been dreaming about warm, comfortable carpet, durable, luxury vinyl planks, maybe some innovative Ridge & Max flooring, or some waterproof options, especially this time of year, right, for the busy families, maybe getting ready for a little baseball season and such. Everything's melting, snow, rain, and that. Now is the time to make that all happen. Your tax return can go a long way towards transforming the look and feel of your home. And at Carpet City Flooring Center, you will find expert guidance, professional installation, and flooring options for every budget. Don't let that refund disappear on little things that you won't remember next month. Put it towards something that you will see and enjoy every single day. Stop on in to Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire and turn your tax return into a home upgrade that you will love for years to come. What do we got? C-Bomb, this is a great game changer, by the way, C-Bomb. My game changer is the Hy-Vee game changer, is that pitcher from the Czech Republic that pitched 4 2/3 shutout innings against Japan. Not bad for a full-time electrician, a moment that man will never forget. Fantastic pick, C-Bomb. Absolutely. Awesome. Awesome. And the fact that he could say he struck out Ohtani too, right? How many dudes could say that? Like full-time electricians. How many full-time electricians can say that? So, Corey says most unbreakable record, Cy Young's complete game record. Yeah, I don't think anybody's touching a lot of Cy Young stuff out there. Surveyor said the only guys I could think who could currently catch Jerry Rice would be Jamar Chase and Jackson Smith. The Jigba only guys to have the consistency in quarterback play to catch Jerry. Got the trio in the YouTube chat. Paul says, I agree with you guys. Unlike other sports talk guys, I think these deals are awesome, and I agree they are cooking something up. Ripken is solid for a long time for his record, too. So, all right. Kind of maybe a question per day. Think Green Bay, another prediction time. Think Green Bay's going to make another move? They've made a move every single day since Saturday. You think they will? Hit me up. Yay or nay? Yes, no, maybe so. Thumbs up, thumbs down. What you got? Is it going to be another defensive lineman? Or I shouldn't say another. Is it going to be a defensive lineman? Haven't gotten that one yet. So, and there's still, there's not the big, if we just look at the free agency part of it, there's not like, monster contract guys out there. But if they want a veteran to bring in a year or two, and I don't know who this was, but it was a Packers writer that I had seen somewhere make a really good point. If you want a contributor right now on that defensive line, it might not get that in the draft. And he made the point of looking at, some of the rookies, some of the guys that they have drafted for that defensive line, and it took a hot minute. It took a little bit. So if you want somebody to come in and play right now, you're probably looking at a veteran, like a Calais Campbell, like a DJ Reader, somebody on that. Not to say don't draft, because I think you still have to draft and maybe kind of help develop them. But if you are in a win-now mode, which you are, go get that veteran defensive tackle. Corner may be a little bit different, but go get that defensive tackle. I would agree with that. I would agree with that mindset. All right, continue to send me some more Hy-Vee game changers. And again, your Hy-Vee game changer, it could be maybe it was a free agent move or a trade that you're like, dude, that's a game changer for this team. Send that on over too. Your Mike Star Market, am I wrong? Send those on the way too. 715-830-1912 on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line. So we'll get to those coming up a little bit later on as we approach halftime here. So we got to take a really quick break here as we start to wrap up the second hour. So stick around. We'll be right back after these quick words. A quick reminder, too, that next Friday, March 20th, we're going to be hanging out at the VFW Post 305 on Star Avenue for a little Hoops Skip Day. So we're going to be doing the program, doing the show 6 to 10 over at VFW Post 305, and then from 11 to 3, have a little Hoops Skip Day fun, free beverages. We'll give away some prizes throughout the time that we're there, too. So if you're looking for somewhere to watch some basketball, I know a lot of you take that day off on Friday to stay home and watch some hoops. But if you want to get out of the house and hang out with some good peeps and have some fun and maybe win some stuff, head on over to VFW Post 305, again, located 1300 Star Avenue in Eau Claire. So it's already coming up next week. So, yeah, a week from Friday. Man, I think boys basketball will also be up there, too. So got boys state tournament. I'm sure there's going to be games going on for both of those. So, all right. We've only got a few minutes left to the top of the hour, and then we'll be at halftime. We'll get back to some more football talk here as free agency continues to roll right along. Get you updated on the latest stuff that's going on in terms of maybe some more Packers rumors and more moves that are being made in that. So we'll hit that up. I do want to get back to some more hoops chats and some more baseball chats as well. Bucks falling last night. Now 5 games back from the final playoff spot to the Charlotte Hornets with only 18 left to go. Yeah, it's a mess. It is a complete mess right now. So, but got the Big Ten Conference Tournament going on today as well. Marquette, also Big East Conference Tournament. They're in action tonight, taking on Xavier. For Marquette to make that tournament, they're going to have to win this conference tournament to get in. One team that will be in the tournament on the women's side, though, it's the UW Green Bay women's basketball team. They won their conference tournament. They are the Horizon League Conference Tournament champions. So they will be in action coming up. They'll be back in the tournament again. So we'll at least kind of a perennial powerhouse for UW Green Bay. So congrats to UW Green Bay for punching their ticket back in the tournament again. So, but if you are a Badger basketball fan, you might want to pay attention to today's where are we at here? A USC Washington game, because the winner between USC and Washington, that's who Wisconsin will take on tomorrow. So we've got Maryland taking on Iowa, USC versus Washington, Northwestern's going to be taking on Indiana, and then Rutgers will be taking on the Gophers of Minnesota. So, but again, if you're a Badgers fan, pay attention to that USC-Washington game, because the winner of that is who will advance to play Wisconsin. The winner between Maryland and Iowa will take on Ohio State. The winner between Indiana and Northwestern will be taking on Purdue, and the winner between Rutgers and Minnesota is going to be taking on UCLA. So, March Madness is here. Basketball season is here. Or basketball season has been here. So what are we doing? Quick update, quick rumor. Ravens, Eagles, Colts making offers to try to get Trey Hendrickson. Those seem to be the teams that are really in the running here. Cowboys have also kind of been mentioned a little bit, but yesterday there was the report that Trey Hendrickson is supposed to decide today on where he's going to go, where he's going to sign. So we'll see if that's the case. With the Ravens backing out of the Max Crosby one, does that delay it a little bit? Does he think about staying within the division and going to the Ravens? We'll see. But keep your fingers crossed today, too, Packers fans, with that Rashawn Gary trade. I know all reports are saying that the Cowboys are going to stay with that trade and they're going to stay with Rashawn Gary. But until it's officially official, just cross your fingers and hold your breath that the Cowboys don't back out of that. So, yep, okay, never mind. It just broke. Trey Hendrickson is signing with the Baltimore Ravens. So, yep, just broke. Ravens signing Trey Hendrickson. Multi-year contract that will average roughly $30 million per year. So there you have it. Trey Hendrickson going to the Ravens. Probably no big surprise after the Max Crosby fiasco from last night. So, all right, we are approaching halftime here. Ooh, Nelly. What a free agency it has been. Man, nuts. Absolutely nuts. 2 in. We got 2 more to go. It's halftime. We'll be right back after these news updates. All right, halftime's over with. Third quarter, third hour is kicking off right now on this Wednesday morning. We're going to get back to some more football talk coming up here in just a little bit. Keep you updated, posted on the latest in all of the madness that is NFL free agency. The new league year officially begins this afternoon, so all these deals will become official once, I believe it's like 3 o'clock our time. I'll have to double check that. So we'll get you updated on the latest of what's going on and such, maybe some more Packers rumors and such. We've got some baseball talk coming up here as well. Hoops, Big Ten Conference Tournament continuing to roll along for all you Badgers fans. Again, you want to pay attention to the USC-Washington game because the winner of that one will face Wisconsin tomorrow when Wisconsin tips off their Big Ten Conference Tournament run. We've got our Mike Star Markets, Am I Wrongs, our Hy-Vee Game Changers. We'll do a little Inside the Hobby as well. But we kick off the third quarter and the third hour catching up with a couple of friends of ours from Chippewa River Industries because we are getting set for the 4th annual Tossing High for CRI. And we've got Dave and Stacy with us this morning. Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
How are you guys doing? Is it snowy still out there? I haven't looked out since like 4 o'clock.
It stopped snowing, but now it's turning to ice. So,
man.
It's making it more fun.
Yeah, definitely. Say fall, spring, right?
Right on.
Kids were wearing short sleeves yesterday. My kid was, and probably got snow gear on for recess.
Well, we do hope for some snow, particularly on March 28th. So people come to Loopy's and play some cornhole with us.
Exactly. So the fourth, can you believe it's already the 4th annual?
No.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Like it's really fun to think about.
Mm-hmm. And it's been a widely successful event for you guys, right? For every single year.
Yes.
Right. So it's coming up on March 28th. Still looking for teams, or are you full up, or what's the status?
We're still looking for teams.
Okay.
So in the years past, we've had to max out at 64, and this year we're already at like 71.
Wow.
So the app changed and they upped how many people we could have. So
Nice.
we're looking to have as many as possible. So if you're interested, we'd love to have you be a part of it.
So are you already at the highest amount of teams that you've had before? Or
Yes, this would
man.
be a record set of teams, which is awesome.
Wow,
Yes.
that is awesome.
Yeah, just the popularity of it is just expanding, and it's great. And I think we've set up we have a good track record that this is actually a really fun event. And it's fun for all ages and all capabilities of cornhole playing. And so actually this year we expanded it to 3 divisions. So we do have a competitive division and an intermediate division like we've had in the past. But we also have well, I guess it's called a recreational division, where folks like me can play. It's not very competitive, and we wanted to set it up so that it's just a fun event for folks, and folks who want to come and win the big prize, the $500 prize. They can be in the competitive division. The intermediate division and recreational division are also there are some prizes, but they're the value is much less, and so we're hoping that it creates just more fun and better games.
Absolutely. And it's really affordable, too, for teams. Because it's only $50 per team to sign up.
$50 per team of 2 players.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, that's a really affordable event for people to go to.
Yeah. And, Dan, we've been able to do that and manage the cost just because of the extraordinarily customer or community support that we get for this event. And it is quite amazing with the number of sponsors that we have, and SFB is our major sponsor. They're the elite sponsor for the organization, so we certainly appreciate them and all of our sponsors for this event. But I mean, this area, the community really comes together, and the businesses and individuals have really supported this event and supported our mission. Because at the end of the day, it's about helping us help people with disabilities live and work and recreate as independent as they can.
Well, for anybody who may be listening too, can you just kind of explain what does Chippewa River Industries, do for the community? How do you help out the community?
Yeah, so like I said, we provide an array of services to over 400 people with disabilities a year or other barriers to employment or independent living. Predominantly in the Chippewa Valley area, we have our headquarters in Chippewa Falls with an office in Eau Claire and Rice Lake. But truly, our services are all about helping people become more independent, or provide services that help them avoid any type of nursing home level of care. And so that's important for them. It's important for us, and it's very person-centered too. So we don't just throw people into a specific program and say, good luck, and this is what the outcome should be. It's very person-driven, and we have great staff that work hard every day, and certainly the people that we serve work equally hard and have wonderful outcomes. So that's what it's all about.
So with Tossin High, with the proceeds, are you guys directing that towards something specific? Do you have a goal? I know, like in years past, we've talked. You're hoping to, I think it was like some a smart board or something like that. So, so is there what are you hoping to maybe kind of get with this?
So all the funds go to like the programs and services of CRI, and a lot of our programs are growing, which is awesome. And we have our community-based day services, which we've had to get vehicles for. Now we have facility-based day services where we're making improvements to their space. So like we said in the past, we bought vehicles, we got the smart board. So it's just continuing that trend as our programs grow and hopefully enhancing the experience for the people we serve.
So that's an awesome thing. So just more details coming up. It's March 28th. If we have any listeners, they're like, all right, I want to get my cornhole skills, show it off and such. What's the easiest way or what's the best way that they could sign up their team?
Yeah, so you can go to the Scoreholio app, or you can go to crind.org. We have a event page. You can sign up through there, or just stop into CRI. We're at 1000 Lake Wissota Drive in Chippewa Falls.
And can people just kind of come and support even if they don't want to play? They could come and watch and hang out at Loopy's with you guys?
Yep, we have a lot of great prizes and raffles, so you don't have to play in the tournament to be a part of those, and you don't have to be present to win. So we'd love for you guys to stop out, see what we're all about, get your chance at winning something fun. We have a lot of great prizes thanks to our amazing sponsors, and it's just a really fun day.
That's a great question, Dan, because a lot of people do just come out with their families and just hang out, and they do look at the awesome baskets that we have out there and their opportunity to win some fun prizes. We do have raffle tickets, and the first, second, and third prizes are $1,500, $1,000, and $500 in cash. So great opportunities to win some money, and thank you too, Dan, and the station for allowing us to come visit you and using your platform to help us with this, because it's a great cause and it's a great event.
Absolutely. And it starts at 10 a.m. That day, like the first, I think I saw first bags fly at 10 a.m. that day.
Registration's at 9 a.m. and then everything starts at 10.
Okay, man. And it's a great facility to have this event too, right? At Loopy's with everything set up.
We've been able
to
work with Loopy's for the last couple of years, and they've been great partners in this, and it's worked out really well. So we appreciate their support.
That's awesome. Well, you guys are doing a fantastic job, and keep it. I mean, next year's already 5, and I mean, so when this is done, do you start to already think about next year and such?
Yes.
I mean, is it a quick turnaround in that?
Yeah. Yep. There's a little bit of time that we maybe take a little bit off, but it really is an event that we start thinking about months in advance. It's not, get to the new year and all of a sudden like push for it. It's something that we think about and really try to make an event great for everybody, not just the people we serve.
What's been the biggest surprise for you guys maybe with the growth of this event? I mean, when you first started to where you're at now, is it because is it maybe getting bigger and bigger every year, or what's kind of the thing that you think back at from these last few years with this?
Yeah, Dan, for me, it's the continued community support. And, it's not a novel event anymore. It's our 4th annual. But like I said, I think we've proven that it is a great event. It's well attended. Several hundred people will show up. In our communities, just continue to support, and we can't be thankful enough for that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so cool to see that you guys are. I mean, maybe get 100 teams. Right,
that'd
be awesome.
Hey, you never know. Yep,
that would be really cool.
Yep.
So, and that's awesome.
Well, and we're considering some different ideas, and how we can augment it and make it more fun year to year.
And I think it's the perfect time of year too, right? It's you're kind of spring, you're kind of transitioning into that. I mean, it's a Wisconsin tradition to play a little corn or bags or Is anybody giving you grief along with the name, what to call it? Because I know that's like a debate. Is it bags or cornhole or whatever? So
well, the professionals like to say bags, but we call it cornhole. That's more fun. That's more Midwestern.
It's more Wisconsin. Yeah, right. Exactly. Yep.
But yeah, March 28th. Having it at the end of March. The feedback then from a lot of the attendees is there's nothing going on, and it could rain, it could be 80 degrees outside, it could be snowy too. So it's we've been lucky to have some really junky weather the last couple of years when we're having this. So come on down to Loopy's. Loopy's has their tent up or
the dome, and
so it works out real nice.
Beverages and all that good stuff too. So, David, Stacy, thank you so much for hanging out, and keep up the awesome work with this fantastic event. So we appreciate it, and congratulations on the continued growth too.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
You got it. All right, we got to take a quick break, but we'll be right back after these quick words. big thanks again to our friends at CRI Chippewa River Industries for stopping by and chatting a little bit about their 4th annual Tossing High for CRI event cornhole tournament that's coming up Saturday, March 28th at Loopy's Grill and Saloon in Chippewa Falls. Just $50 per team. So get to their website, check out their Facebook page, and sign up for your team. Different divisions as well, competitive, intermediates, or just kind of like a recreation one too. So get those arms rolling for a summer backyard game. That should be a poll question, favorite summer or tailgate game to go out there and such. So if you're just joining in and you missed it, top of the hour, Trey Hendrickson, surprise, is now a Baltimore Raven. So no weird. There's no collusion or anything like that. So conspiracy going on in the NFL. So I mean, come on now. So, but I want to switch gears here for a little bit. So, did I tell you what are the purchases that I just made? Do a little inside the hobby segments.
If it's in the last week, no.
Okay, I don't think I did.
You may have.
If I tell you film, does that give it away?
Film, as in, and I'm playing dumb because I'm dumb on this. Sorry, stupid. Is this like actual tangible? You have a piece of film,
like 8mm.
8mm film.
Yeah.
No, you have not said anything yet.
Because I just got it, so now I can say it.
Okay.
Part of my collection now, because I've wanted something in a man cave. You'll appreciate this from a historian. I need kind of some advice too.
Okay.
So that's why I'm bringing this up, because you might know the answer to this. I wanted a piece in my man cave because I can't go and spend like, I just saw Scottie Pippen's jersey from the flu game sold for over $400,000 at an auction. I can't do that, you know. Or the other thing was, you used to collect Sports Illustrated. If you have Michael Jordan's first appearance when he was with North Carolina, that sold for $229,000. I don't have that. I do have some Sports Illustrateds framed up in my man cave now. It's Packers Super Bowl 1, 2, 31, 45, the Giants, or not Giants, the Bucks, and I just recently put up Tiger's first appearance because I did have that, and Tiger's first master.
Okay.
So,
good.
But I needed something, sports memorabilia piece. 1965 NFL Films, 65 Packers highlights.
On 8mm film.
Yes. You want me to show you a picture?
Yes, do show. This sounds pretty cool.
It's in that case.
Whoa. Okay, that looks very 1960s.
It's got the label reader, 1965 Packers on there. The address is to Green Bay Packers, 1265 Highland Avenue, not Lombardi Avenue.
Before, yes.
Yeah. So,
okay.
Now the question is, because it was wrapped up in a plastic, bag in that. So, because I put it in a display case last night, I'm like, ooh, there is a pungent smell when I open that bag. So I Googled it, and it's like a vinegar smell.
Okay.
And it says, yep, that means it's,
preserved?
No, getting ruined.
Okay.
Which I kind of assumed was probably going to happen.
Okay.
But I know you can digitize in that.
You can.
Now, I don't know if there's anybody around here that does that.
There probably is. I don't know the businesses off the top of my head. I've seen some advertisements over time. I've never had any 8mm film. That was I came up in the camcorder era, so that was before me, and my parents didn't have any audio they've had, or any film tape, real tape would have been audio tape, because, well, just so happens having a dad who was a journalist, so he worked in radio, and a mom who is a musician, a performer, so she has recordings of herself performing, both in studio recordings. So they both have a lot of reels from the 70s. Nothing is film, though. So I've never had to do that. But
there's got to be somebody.
I knew there was Thomas Video Production. Are they still around? I don't know. I used to use them a fair amount, and they did stuff. That name's probably ringing a bell of anyone listening right now. If you've been around long enough, like, I've probably heard of them. I don't know if they're still around, but I think they did do conversions. My point being, there's got to be someone who at least can look at it. At the very least, this is very meta. So if anyone needs to quick walk away from the radio for 30 seconds, go ahead, because it's not important. Go talk to our engineers.
Oh, yeah,
'Cause-
Patrick would be a good one.
Yes,
I didn't even
they
think of
would
that.
like
Yeah.
engineers know people who know people who know people.
Yeah, I didn't even think about
So just
him,
go
yeah.
check with them, and they would probably get you on the right path. But
I don't want to ruin it, but at the same time, I'd kind of like to see what it looks like.
well, that's the thing.
it's
Like okay, so if you can, like the differentiation point for me, if I get something historic, is can you open it up or is it sealed? If it's like vacuum sealed or something, I'm disinclined to. Like, okay, there's a level of preservation there, and I'm going to have to accept that I'm not going to touch whatever's in there. Fine. If it's ziplocked or otherwise like taped or whatever, I'm going all in. I'm going to be very careful about it, of course. But then I want to see what it's like. If it were that film, given that you can open it, you can access it. Yeah, like at the very least, I'd like to feel it. Now, and then the other part of this is isn't this available? Like you can watch this somewhere else?
I would think so.
Yeah. Like if you can, like it's at the very least what this could end up being is sort of like choose.
So this was actually, I don't know this because it's actually from a player's collection, Zeke Bratkowski's.
Ooh, wow.
So I don't know if it'd be a little bit different because it's a player.
Zeke Bratkowski's, that to me, that adds a fair amount of value. Right there.
Yeah, I know it's not Bart Starr or
But
Paul
it's
Hoarding.
It's
or
Zeke
anything, but-
Bratkowski. I hear that name and I immediately think, oh, Packers Super Bowl era. Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah. So, yeah, because I wasn't, then I kind of got curious because, I was just in a bag and I'm like, ooh, that odor is pungent.
Yeah.
So I put it back in there and I'm like, I Googled, I'm like, 8mm vinegar smell. Is there? Oh, yeah, that means
That's
it's like,
maybe. I was going to say it's either a very good sign that there's some solution that's preserving it, or the opposite. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It kind of makes me think of, I'm going to choose probably a movie that's near and dear to your heart. If you came across a first edition like this was sold, say, I'm going to guess around the time it would have come out in this format, summer 1986, the first VHS for sale of Rocky IV.
yeah.
Where you're not sure if you put the cassette in a VCR, if the thing's immediately going to get tangled up and wreck your VCR. And you can watch it in a whole bunch of other formats. So basically you just say, I've got the original version of that. That might be, as long as you can watch this 1965 NFL Films thing in some other capacity, then I wouldn't worry about it too much if it's a matter of, we take this out, this thing's going to disintegrate.
Yeah, then I wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
But then you can at least say, I've got this here.
It's
this
a
was-
unique thing, right?
Yeah, it's a format ultimately. I mean, if you want to, I don't want to devalue it, but it's a format. There's film, there's VHS tapes, there's DVDs, there's digital ether. Those are all different formats of watching stuff. The more that I think about it, the more I think it's the coolest part is that it was Zeke Bratkowski's.
No.
Like NFL Films in its early days sent this to a Super Bowl winning Packer, or well, in this case, it would have been an
NFL championship.
And well, yeah, which again, same thing.
Yep.
NFL championship, it's the same thing. A champion, a championship season. Here you go. This was the copy of that. Now, if it can be digitized, high quality,
Without ruining it.
right?
Yeah.
But if it's one of those like, yeah, it smells bad, it's not in the best of shape, but if you take really good care of it, you can convert it and maybe actually get like, I don't know, like 4K transfers, something like. If you can do that, then I would go for that, because for all we know, maybe you might back your way into like the highest quality version of that, and that would be really, really cool.
And I got one more, and this is for the card collecting peeps. Because I'm like, I don't have that card. Because again, I don't care about expensive.
Yeah.
Got the alone, not the only one, but the only Don Hudson, 1955 tops.
What?
I pulled the trigger.
Wait, what was his last season? Was it 55?
No, it was like in the
I was
40s.
gonna say, like, I didn't
But they
think
didn't,
it was.
no cards of that. So they
Yeah, that's
made one
right.
1955. And
Huh.
so got that.
Okay.
I'm done for like years now.
I
Done.
was gonna ask, what did you spend on this? I think you just answered the
I'm
question.
done for a while because people, I blame people sending me their card stuff and showing me this stuff. And I'm like, I don't have the card. Like everybody's got like their PC, their personal collection. I'm trying to get the lingo down.
Ah.
And I just like, I've got some, but I'm like, that's my favorite. I don't have one. Now I do. Because it's like, Don Hudson means more to, that card would mean more to me than probably a lot of other
It's your
people.
gold level card. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So
I still got to stop in the sports card place up on Birch Street that I haven't been in since it was a Quick Trip in the early 80s. Literally, it was, I think, like 1982, 83 was the last time I was in that building. And it was, and there's proof online, it was a Quick Trip. But I was driving by that like 3 weeks ago or so, and I just got to walk in there and look at all the cards and everything. That's cool.
Yeah. So,
That's really cool.
all right. We got to take a quick break. We're going
Are we
to,
on Grenard Watch right now, apparently? That's now the new thing with
that is,
Trey Hendrickson?
but, or Max Crosby again. So,
I will quickly say, it's Eric Thompson from Daily Norseman said, no, stay away from Eagles deals. We're not going to let Howie Roseman try to find a way to screw us over because he will. Don't deal with Howie Roseman.
Schefter just posted this, not player-wise, but get ready for a NFL taking over another day in the calendar.
Oh, gosh, what now?
So I'll just
Halloween?
I'll tease that
Okay.
a little bit for you.
Okay.
So quick break, and we'll be right back after these few words. To answer your question, digital on YouTube, yes, it is a graded card. Not very well graded, but again, that didn't really matter to me. So it's, I wanted the donuts and,
You got it.
not the reprints that are out there. I wanted the 55. So
We all have our own definition of value. I guess.
there was
no shade on who's asking. I understand the question, so it may not be that great, but you got a Hudson one.
Yep.
So that's okay.
Yeah, there was. This was a couple weeks ago, but Topps came out with their top 75 baseball cards of all time, and then Andy Pafko's on there.
Wow, really?
Is it the 52 or 55 series? Because it's number one of that series, that iconic series.
Oh, okay.
So it's the first one of that series. But yeah, if you got an Andy Pafko card, it's worth a lot. So
see if I have any other. I almost certainly don't. I think I have I don't think it's a Marino rookie card. It's second year. But I remember that was like the one that I would take to elementary school.
Nice.
Like 1989, 90 or so. It'd be like, I got this card. I'm not sure how much it's worth now, but I'll have to see what I've got.
Yeah.
At some point, I need to reevaluate.
you do.
What's
You
in
do.
there. Yeah.
The NFL might be taking over another day. I don't know if it's we have a name for this, but we might as well call it like it's one of the most traveled days, college most packed bar nights of the year, when college kids go back home for Thanksgiving. According to Adam Schefter, could happen as soon as this season. The NFL might be playing a Thanksgiving Eve game. Wednesday night before Thanksgiving, we might have an NFL game on the schedule. So as Field Yates said, that would set up a world in which we would have a 10-day stretch of, Saturday, full college football slate. Sunday, full NFL slate. Monday Night Football. Tuesday, Mac. Wednesday, NFL game. Thanksgiving, 3 games. Black Friday, an NFL game and college football rivalry week. Saturday, college football rivalry week. Sunday, full NFL, and then Monday Night Football again. So
It's a lot.
Mac is the oddball in there.
I
a
love
little
Mac
bit.
should just
Yeah.
throw it there.
Yep. So
That's probably going to be the most crazy game of that entire 10-day stretch as well, too.
you're right, though. I mean, what's next? Halloween? Just, if it's on a Tuesday, we want Halloween. So.
I guess so. Nope, you can't trick or treat with the kids. We got to watch the Cardinals play the Giants on Apple TV. Come on.
The thing is, though, it'll set ratings.
It
so.
probably will, yeah. I mean, at a certain point, though, if you spread anything out, if you don't, I mean, this is not saying like the NFL is going to get no. But if you do spread stuff out, like the shine comes off. Part of the reason the NFL is a big deal is because it's a lack of frequency. That's it. Like, why do you think baseball? I know local baseball ratings are good and attendance is pretty good, but there's a reason why the regular season doesn't get as much attention as the playoffs, because there's 162 games and there's games every day. Look at what we've been talking about with the NBA.
Now Steve Kerr wants 72 games.
Right. There are so many of the games around. And not that the NBA should go down to an 18-game season and be like the NFL. If it was an 18-game season, it would be a way bigger deal. I mean, it wouldn't make any sense based on the sport, but it would be a way bigger deal. Conversely, with the NFL, I know they're not adding more games yet. But if you spread more and more out, I mean, I know it's the whole primetime everything. Yeah, you'll win the night of the ratings, sure. But if it's around more, it's the whole familiarity thing. If not familiarity breeds contempt. Familiarity just breeds, in a lot of cases, it's just like familiarity. Oh, it's there. There's another NFL game. Big whoop. Right. I'm not getting jacked to watch. Like I said, Cardinals Giants. I'm sorry if that's a Tuesday night game, week 8. Like, cool, whatever. I mean, I'll pay more attention to the tent poles. Sunday Night Football, Monday Night Football. What's the big stuff on Sunday, and the occasional Thursday night game,
and your team.
Right, exactly. Yeah. I mean, if the Vikings are playing for me, if the Packers are playing for you, sure, yeah. But that's the one of the week. You don't get 2 Packers games in a week.
Right.
So you've squeezed it on Tuesday. So now maybe your Sunday is wide open. If you don't care about anyone beyond your team, well, free Sunday now. So, I mean, there's a balance. And the NFL folks aren't stupid. They're smart. They're really smart. I think they know what they're doing.
Yeah.
I don't know that they're going to go to every Wednesday night. We'll see. We'll see. But it's intriguing because of the bar thing. Now, here's where you also go to your whole thing about, are kids really going out to bars as much anymore? And by most accounts, they're not. Like, say if this were the 90s or the aughts, like, yeah, it'd be a great idea. You were suggesting during the break, is this definitely going to be put on some sort of streaming service, something where you're less likely to have it in your home? I was going to say something like, I'm not going to find, not like a really obscure streaming service. I was going to say one of, not the absolute top tier of like Netflix. I was going to say maybe like a Paramount Plus. It's that right below. Of course, now that might end up getting merged into something that everyone has anyway. But does it go for one of those where it's essentially appealing to a younger college demographic? Every league wants to appeal to younger demographics. So this isn't about the longtime NFL fan. I don't know that this is going to disrupt, if this happens, which it may not. But I don't know that it's going to disrupt people that are traveling. Like you realize how much gets thrown up in the air. Like, oh, sorry, we can't travel to you for Thanksgiving because got to watch the Chargers on Wednesday night. A lot of families aren't going to. No. But if there is a demographic that does want to watch, that could be future NFL fans that are probably going to spend a lot of their time betting, doing contracts and that sort of stuff. That's there. And so you put that on. The ratings are not going to be bonkers. They'll be good. It's not going to be top 10 for a season, but you're finding that demographic there. So I think that's what they're doing. They're like, find a place where there's an opportunity to grow the league. Hence all the international stuff. Same thing.
Yep. No, I agree. So,
and every league should be doing that. Find ways to grow your league.
As much as it may annoy a lot of people with the NFL, it works because we buy into it and all that stuff. I mean, but I think a lot of it, I agree with you. There's very limited games.
Yeah.
So
you run out at a certain point, too.
I always use the example, like when I was a kid growing up or younger growing up, it was awesome watching Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and like Regis Philbin. And they would only do it once, and then they started doing it all the time. Then you lose interest. It was like, oh, okay, I don't care anymore.
Yeah. I know the NFL was setting records, gangbusters. Part of that was because of the change in methodology. Right now, it is really hot. And again, I definitely do not want to say this is like the beginning of the turn towards boxing and horse racing is the old example. But I would think the NFL doesn't want to water it down. They don't want to spread it out too much. They can own every night, but at some point your numbers start to go down a little bit. You want to get the media companies to want to spend the money too, because if the numbers start going down, they'll be like, well, hey, maybe we don't need to spend as much in the next media deal. Keep those as high. A little bit of exclusivity is a good thing.
Right. Yep. Exactly. So, just switching gears here, just for a couple minutes here. Baseball, World Baseball Classic last night. United States losing to Italy. Maybe one of the bigger upsets in the 20-year history of this. Italy remains undefeated. So United States at 3-1, and now they got to do a little scoreboard watching tonight. So here's what's at play. For USA to advance to the knockout round, they need one of these two scenarios to happen. Either Italy just to beat Mexico, and then Italy would be 4-0 and they move on, and then the United States would move on. If Mexico wins tonight, all three teams would be tied at 3-1, and then you go to runs, run differential, all that runs again.
This is why a little freaky last night when I saw the numbers going up. Like, oh, this is not good. 8-0.
Yeah. So if Mexico wins tonight, you need them to win by a lot. They need to blow them out, because if Mexico wins by 5 or more runs, then it would be Team USA. If Mexico wins by 4 or fewer, Team USA would be out.
Basically, you need Italy to win or Mexico to win by 5+. And now, didn't I see like it gets down to a coin flip at like the last or something? It's something like that, because I saw there was like after defensive runs allowed or something, then there's different levels, and it does get down to eventually just that.
Could be. I was just kind of reading a little how Passon broke it down. Let me bring it up here again. So, it said, should Italy win and finish pool play at 4-0, the United States would advance as well. If Mexico wins, however, it would finish 3-1, along with Italy and the United States. In that case, the tiebreaker that would determine which two teams advance to the quarterfinals considers runs allowed per out recorded. If the Italy and Mexico game goes 9 innings and Mexico wins and scores 5 or more runs, the United States would advance along with Mexico. Should Mexico win while scoring 4 or fewer, then it would be Italy. So
Okay.
that's the other part in this too. 9 innings, short game,
It could happen.
it could happen. But if it goes a short game inning and Mexico wins, you'd assume it's going to be by more than 5. So
Probably at that point, yes, it's a mega blowout.
So-
Okay, well then.
dicey,
Given
nerve-wracking. a little.
who's okay.
And then you throw in the Mark DeRosa thing where did you see this
I
story?
did not.
So
Do tell.
Mark DeRosa, who's managing the team, I'm sure it was probably inadvertently, but in an appearance on Tuesday morning with Hot Stove on MLB Network, DeRosa, he also works as an analyst there, said of the game against Italy, "We want to win this game even though our tickets punched to the quarterfinals."
Oh, yeah. Okay, yes, I did see the quote.
Yeah.
I forgot that was a DeRosa quote.
Was not punched. Misspoke on that one. He ended up, and I know it's coming under fire too because some guys did not play, were rested. Some of the hitters were rested in last night's game. So,
Load management.
so yeah, there you have it.
Okay, then. I wonder if this would be the most embarrassing outage, ouster, that's what I'm looking for Team USA in the World Baseball Classic. Because remember early on, they weren't getting all the participants they could have had, and they didn't get to the finals because a lot of times, I'm trying to remember exactly who won which year, but I remember like Japan and Korea were dominating early on. I wonder if, given the firepower the Team USA had this year, I mean, I know there's plenty of talent across the board, but this seems like a bad one.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, a little comeuppance, too. I mean, I want, obviously, Team USA to win, but if you're going to act that way, like, 3 years to think about it.
Yeah. And I mean, this World Baseball Classic has been kind of weird too. And then the other day, the whole Cal Raleigh dissing his teammates and that. So if you didn't hear, this was in the USA Mexico game, right? It was Cal Raleigh who was behind the plate catching. Randy Arozarena was going up to bat. He went to shake his hand. Cal Raleigh did shake his hand. And Randy was very upset after the game and went on a explicit rant that we can't say. But Cal Raleigh, after yesterday, said, "I love Randy. I do. I hate that this is a thing. There's no beef. When we get back to Seattle, he's my brother. We're family. I already reached out to him, so it's just a competitive environment. And I know he would want the same for me when we're on the team and playoff baseball. I just have a responsibility for my teammates here right now in my country, and emotions are running high." But not to shake hands. Like, I mean, this is
like, I guess it does seem
it does
like,
feel that competitive, like this is kind of what we want, right? The whole four nations hockey thing, Olympics vibe. Like,
well, we saw that, like how many like teammates and such were like, just like, I hate you during that gold medal game and some of the other games. We saw that. So, I mean, again, isn't this what we want? We keep saying like we want that competitiveness, and not everyone's like, this is all kind of fun. Exhibition game leads to NBA All-Star games where everyone's doing alley-oops and no defense, and it's a 300 to 300 game. We didn't like that. We wanted everyone to care, especially for quote-unquote exhibition games. This isn't an exhibition. Like it is, and it isn't, obviously. I think we're past this is a Bud Selig thing. Like the World Baseball Classic lives on its own now, and it matters to the countries. So if this is what we want, this is where we're going to get. We're going to get a player be like, nah, screw you. I'm playing for Team USA right now. You're my enemy.
Yeah.
On the field right now. I would think Larry Bird and Michael Jordan would act the same way. Probably would.
Well, isn't this okay? You just said it. I go to the Olympics, Kobe running over Paul Gasol.
Yeah. There you go.
Isn't that the same thing where if you watch the documentary on Netflix and Kobe's like, he just like plowed through him on a pick, and everybody on his team was like, whoa, dude. Like, and Kobe's like, he's my brother, but not right now. I mean, and then we glorify. We're like, oh, that's awesome, sort of thing. Obviously, Paul and Kobe were still really close and still good friends, right? So, I mean, isn't that kind of the same?
It is. Yes. That's the thing. And when I say what we want, I don't know that everyone has wanted it, but that's the general consensus. That's what I've always been made to believe, that we want them to care that much. Side note, I might have to use melancholy footnote a lot more often. Do you know what I'm referencing?
No.
The Lakers in-game announcer last night when Bam got the record, and the Lakers in-game announcer comes on and says, in what seems like a melancholy footnote, Bam Adebayo has surpassed Kobe Bryant's. You hear him like in the dour voice.
Oh, jeez.
They called it a melancholy footnote.
Man, that is going to be that record breaking, or do we even call it right? Second place?
It's not. The record is Wilt's.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
the modern era, maybe?
It's going to be like years from now, if it's still the same thing, who's got the second most points? Kobe would have been a popular. Bam's a good player. He'll probably be a Hall of Famer. Yeah. But that is not going to be the name that a lot of people are going to throw out there as.
Came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Right.
He went to the line 43 times last night. That is like old school, actually. And 36 of his points came from the free throw line.
Yeah. I mean,
what the heck? How many
times? But he did it. Then he made the shots, too. That's the thing. Like, I mean, at a certain, okay, if you're going to send him to the line. Man. I know it's a Wizards game, so,
Hey, Bucks can't beat the Wizards, so, I mean, it's.
Yeah, see? So, plus, it's Bam. Speaking of the Bucks, was I the only person last night that saw this happen and thought, well, at least Bam Adebayo is probably not best known, and I know this is a Wisconsin thing, not best known as being like the kryptonite for the Bucks in the playoffs. Yeah. Because that's it's like.
I don't think we need to worry about Bucks in playoffs this year. So.
No. So,
they're back 5 with 18 to go.
There's a whole lot of other melancholy footnotes out there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, but.
Yeah. So I'm okay with it with Raleigh being that way. But hey, maybe they don't have any more games to play, and they can go back to being teammates pretty soon.
I'm just waiting for like if this, and I don't think it will, but if this goes into the regular season where there's like issues with then I could see teams like, okay, we're done sending people. You know what that's going to happen. Yeah. Like they can't play nice now anymore. So
I think
and that's more of those two people's issues.
If it could be just pulled down to those two, and maybe it probably isn't a World Baseball Classic thing, because then you go, okay, this is a character issue with. I mean, Arozarena, it's a really good player, but Raleigh is the one you keep more because, well, look how Cal Raleigh's doing right now.
Right.
So it'd be more like the new acquisition would be Arozarena. I think that'd be the case. Now, if we see this happen in other instances, then that comes up. We've also got 3 years to go. Plus, we got the Olympics coming too. That's going to be the first thing to ponder. How much do we do this for the Olympics, and how is that all going to work out in L.A. in 2 years?
Yeah.
Interesting. So go Italy or Mexico by 5+.
Yep, exactly. All right, we got to take a break, and we'll wrap up the third hour coming up after these few words. Pain doesn't have to slow you down, and at Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, their experienced team is focused on getting you back to doing what you love, whether that's competing on the field, staying active, or simply moving without discomfort. From joint pain and sports injuries to advanced surgical and non-surgical treatments, they provide personalized care designed around you. Local experts, advanced techniques, real results. If pain is holding you back, take the next step towards recovery. Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, helping you move better every single day. Just got a couple minutes left until the top of the hour. Then it's the happy hour, the final hour of the program here. We'll get back to some more NFL free agency football talk that is out there. Of the available still free agents out there, if you got a list or you got some time to look it up, of who is yet available, who would you like to see Green Bay maybe go after? Is there anybody that is out there right now you're like, man, I would love it if they could just go after that guy? Go get that player. So take a look, whether it's, you can go on ESPN, you could go on NFL.com, you can go to CBS Sports. They've got updated, players who are available and such. But take a look at that and give me a name, give me a player that you would like to see Green Bay go out there and try to acquire yet, still in free agency. All right. So I've got a few names I'll throw in there for consideration. Got a few. Obviously, the top of the tier is all kind of picked in that. Rasheed Walker, I think, is he the last of the well-known Packers yet to sign? Because it's Malik, Romeo, Enoch Barre, Quay Walker, Sean Ryan re-signed, but Rasheed Walker's still out there. I'm kind of curious what his number is going to be like now. Maybe not as high as a lot of people kind of insinuated and thought. But all right, 3 in. We got one more to go. We got to take a quick break, news updates, and we'll be right back after these few words. All right, final hour kicking off right now on this. Ooh, we got some Blue Gold basketball breaking news for UW Eau Claire. Blue Gold basketball. Tanya Englund retiring. I just got the message. Tanya Englund retiring as the winningest coach in UW Eau Claire women's basketball history. She announced her retirement. Wow. All right. That literally just popped up. So there you have it. We'll have to more details to come here, but yeah, definitely a big surprise. One of the fixtures, long time fixtures at UW Eau Claire. So UW Eau Claire women's basketball is going to be looking for a new head coach now for the first time in 26 years. Wow. All right, so we're going to get back to some more football talk coming up here momentarily. Okay, just kind of going through some of the other stuff here. Looking for of the available free agents. Okay, let's kind of keep it to the free agents. Of the available free agents that are currently out there still, who would you like to see the Packers go after? Who would you like to see the Packers targets? Hit me up. All right, join the video stream. Go join the boys in the chat room. We got to come up with a nickname for those guys in the chat room. But you guys can kind of maybe talk amongst yourselves. Come up with a nickname for you guys out there. But who would you like to see Green Bay go out there and target of the best available free agents? Now, if you want, you can do a research like I'm on Greg Rosenthal's list on NFL.com, just using his top 101 list, and he's got it updated to see who's still available and such. But I'm just kind of looking at it. Defensive line, because I think a lot of us would agree defensive line is probably a big need. Calais Campbell, he's still out there. No official word on whether he's going to retire or not. I mean, he is 40, so he very well could retire. Looking at maybe some other ones. Bradley Chubb. What's this? Okay, so a quick note on Chubb's status on here. Although he isn't technically ticketed for free agency in March, he's still under contract through 2027. NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero reports the Dolphins intend to release the former Pro Bowler this offseason. Sounds like he'll get the post-June 1st designation. Okay. DJ Reader is still out there. I'm high on that one as just kind of an early down, 2-down lineman to help stop the run. But looking through some of the other lists here, wonder how much a guy like Hassan Reddick would be. Edge rusher, he's 31 years old, has experience within Jonathan Gannon's system with Philadelphia, where he had some of his best years of his career. Wonder how much would that kind of be? Could you get him for a 1-year type of prove-it sort of deal? I don't know. I don't know if that's something that Green Bay would be interested in either. Javon Hargrave, that's another guy that's potential. I mean, obviously with Minnesota, but Jonathan Gannon, experience with him in Philadelphia. Got the other defense tackle, Allen from Minnesota too. So there's options. It's probably only like a 1-2 year type of deal, but I was looking at, John, why Joey Bosa and Marshawn Lattimore? Those guys can't stay healthy. I don't know if I'd want that one. They can't stay healthy. That would be my main concern with that. I know I was reading a little bit from Greg Rosenthal on Bosa here too. What do you have to say here? Let me. Where did it go? Bosa Bosa took over a few games early last season and proved to be a quality pickup overall, but he faded badly and ultimately hurt his team in the playoffs. Maybe as a rotational part, but I wouldn't put a whole lot of money or spend a lot of money on him. That's just my opinion. But what are some other names? We've got, yes, Trey Hendrickson did get signed. So what is this? Oh, I got to stop getting sidetracked with you guys' convos in that chat room. So I got to minimize that. So any other names? Hit me up. All right. No wrong answers in this. Text it on over or hit us up in the video stream. That phone number, 715-830-1912. Packers did make some moves yesterday after we were off the air. Sky Moore, Packers reportedly going to be signing him to a 1-year deal. Wouldn't bank on him being a contributor in terms of the offensive side and as a receiver, but sure seems like Green Bay is somewhat serious about improving their return game. Punt returns, kick returns. Seems like that's the move here, bringing in Sky Moore, who kind of resurrected his career for a little bit with San Francisco last year as a punt returner, as a kick returner. So you look at some of these moves that Green Bay has made so far, and it feels like they're filling in some of those holes that we've talked about all offseason. We want them to get better at the return game. All right, they bring in Sky Moore. We want them to be better at corner. I don't think they're quite done there yet. I think they're probably going to use a high draft pick on a corner, but they bring in Benjamin from the Chargers, and they move on from Nate Hobbs. They probably knew, okay, Quay Walker's not in the cards anymore, so they go trade for Zaire Franklin. They keep Sean Ryan as their center. They don't have to address that right away. They bring back Kennard as a primary backup tackle, interior right side guard. They've been plugging their holes with some of these shorter-term contracts, 1-2-year deals. And I think it's smart shopping right now, if that's what you want to call it. Smart shopping by Brian Gutekunst, by the Packers. But there is this thought out there, and it might be more so of maybe a little conspiracy, or maybe just we're kind of manufacturing it a little bit. And I did put it out there as a post-Glass and Mirror 715 Speaks poll question. With Green Bay opening up some cap space with a lot of these moves, do you feel like there's maybe a bigger move on the horizon? And I guess, how would we define big move? Is a big move bringing in a guy like Calais Campbell? Is a big move to you trading, I don't know what in the world they could trade for Jalen Carter? Does that define a big move for you? And then you bring him in and you're going to have to sign him to an extension and such. I feel like if they do that with Carter, you could probably say goodbye to Devontae Wyatt after this year. So I guess it kind of depends on what you yourself define as a big move. And maybe that big move is just locking up all their other guys. We mentioned Devontae Wyatt. If they want to keep him around, they could lower his cap hit this year if they wanted to assign him to an extension right now. Christian Watson's going to get a new extension, maybe with Green Bay. His price tag probably just went up after this free agency. Jane Reed, if they want to keep him around, how much money are they going to commit to just, 2 wide receivers? Tucker Kraft. So, I mean, they've got decisions on those. I would say those 4 for sure. And after this year, you're going to have the conversation about Edgerrin Cooper. I know people don't want to look further down and want to kind of focus on the now and such, and I totally get that. And yes, the window is right now. But after this year, Edgerrin Cooper is going to be talked about for a possible extension. You're probably going to want to keep him around too. So maybe, just maybe, some of this stuff, contract, opening up cap space and such is more so for keeping some of their own guys. But I still feel like they are going to bring in a defensive lineman in free agency. I feel like they're going to. I feel like they have to. And I feel like you do that, but you still try to find some guys in the draft. Try to find a veteran that could come in for a year or two, hold down the fort, get you some high production, and kind of bring along this defensive lineman. Because we've seen time and time again, some young defensive linemen, it might take a year or two. Might take a little bit. So kind of help alleviate that hole or help that process out, because it's a very important spot on this team right now. They've got to be better at that interior defensive line. They got to be better. So if that's the case, I mean, I think they've got to go out there and find that veteran defensive line to fill in that hole, but also maybe not put as much pressure on finding a third-round pick, fourth-round pick, fifth-round pick, whatever they may be, to come in and be the savior for this defensive line or instantly help out this defensive line group. Sometimes it works. We find that late pick and boom, they're awesome. Like Corey Lindsley coming in as a fifth-round pick at center. It worked. It was awesome. But I'd rather just cover our butts here a little bit and go bring in a veteran or two and still bring in a young guy and just have some depth. All right, we got to take a quick break. Plenty more to get to, though. We'll be right back after these quick words. Looking for reliable auto service right here in the Chippewa Valley? Hey, you've got a couple options, and they're both AJM Automotive. 2 convenient locations right here in Eau Claire. AJM Automotive makes it easy to get the care your vehicle deserves. Whether it's routine maintenance, maybe some brake work, engine repairs, maybe you need a new set of tires. Whatever it is, you can trust the friendly experts at AJM Automotive. They give you honest advice, quality service that gets you back on the road safely. If you want some details on services, hours, all that good stuff, make sure, one, follow their Facebook page, AJM Automotive, but also check them out online at ajmautomotiveservices.com. And don't forget their new location on Bellinger Street, opening up on Saturdays now, too, to help better serve you. So, and they still got the OG location, 1919 Brackett Avenue in Eau Claire. Just the thing that keeps popping up on the trade rumor, or I shouldn't say trade rumor, the NFL rumor wires, this whole Max Crosby ordeal. And there is a owners meeting at the end of the month. GMs and coaches are going to be there, so everybody's expecting that's going to be a little bit awkward and such. And we'll see if that's going to be the case. But yeah, I feel like Max Crosby is going to play for the Raiders now this year. I'm sure there's still some teams that would like to acquire Max Crosby, and I'm sure and all reports are that, yeah, there's going to be, or there has been phone calls and such. But right now, the Raiders probably don't want to sell him for pennies on the dollar either. So I honestly feel like he's going to play. I feel like he's going to play for the Raiders this year, that is. Staying with the Packers here, Ken Ingles cap space update. So according to him, and he's a good follow on the X, restructures of Banks and McKinney with Hobbs post June 1st release created about $30.1 million. They needed to do one, not all three, likely freeing up more money for future moves and extensions for some of their younger players. Could be a Kraft, could be a Wyatt, could be a Watson extension on there. I think, the 4 players that we've talked about that are probably going to get an extension, you throw Jayden Reed in with those 3. In terms of priority, I think, and I love Jayden Reed. I think he's probably 4th on that list in priority. And I hate saying that, but he's probably 4th on that list. At this point, is Devontae Wyatt number 1 because of what you have at defensive line? You want to try to get that done? You got Watson, you got Kraft. To me, those are the 3. And then it's Jayden Reed. And I like Jayden Reed a lot, and I hope he can stick around for a little bit. Maybe that's partially because he's one of my kids' favorite players too, but nonetheless, he's a really, really talented player, and I think he can do a lot of different things. And man, I hope that Green Bay can keep all 4. To be honest with you, I hope they can, but they might have to make some tough decisions coming up here soon. So I wonder what move. I feel is Green Bay really going to do another thing today? Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday? They've done something 4 days in a row. Are we going to get 5 days in a row here with a Green Bay pick, with a Green Bay decision? Sure, man. Track record kind of right now is showing that. Feels like it's got to be a defensive lineman at some point here. At some point, right? Some of those veterans are going to be coming off. I'd like Green Bay to go get one of those guys. But we'll see. We'll see. Maybe it'll happen here in the next final 27 minutes or so. And if it does, we'll definitely hit it up and chat about it. So, staying with going back to hoops here for just a quick reminder here for Big Ten Conference play. It continues to roll along here. If you're a Badgers fan and you're getting excited, by the way, don't forget to pre-sign up for our bracket challenge. That is at our website. Just click on the Fan Cave tab and scroll all the way down to the bottom. And pre-register, obviously, brackets aren't up yet. Selection Sunday is coming this Sunday. But the Badgers will be in action tomorrow. We don't know who they play yet. They will play the winner between USC and Washington. But your games today for the Big Ten Conference tournament. Maryland defeated Oregon, so it'll be Maryland versus Iowa, USC versus Washington. Again, winner plays Wisconsin. Northwestern defeated Penn State, so they will be taking on Indiana. And then we've got Rutgers versus Minnesota. Teams that have not played and won't play today, but they'll be in action tomorrow: Ohio State, Wisconsin, Purdue, and UCLA. Michigan, Illinois, Nebraska, Michigan State still awaiting to see who they will be playing. Big East Conference Tournament is underway, and Marquette will be playing tonight. And Marquette's a 7th seed. They're taking on 10th-seeded Xavier. That game's at 5:30 tonight. And for Marquette to get into the tournament, they're going to need to win the whole dang thing. They're not getting in based off their record or resume or anything like that. So they need to win the Big East tournament if they want to get into this thing. The updated version on Lenardi's bracketology. I know Wisconsin hasn't played and such, but has there been any movement surrounding anything when it's come to Wisconsin? Let's take a look at what Lenardi has. He still has Duke and Michigan and Florida and Arizona as the top seeds. Has Wisconsin still as a 6, playing the winner between SMU and VCU, and still potentially would play Iowa State in the round of 32, although he's got Iowa State taking on North Dakota State in a 3-14 matchup. In his bracketology, he's got Wisconsin in the Midwest, where Michigan is the top seed. The 2 seed is UConn. 3 seed is Iowa State. 4 seed is Texas Tech. 5 seeds Tennessee, and then Wisconsin as that 6th seed. His bracketology, he's got the Big Ten with 10 teams, tied with the most with the SEC. So, again, all the bracketology predictions, everything that I've seen, Wisconsin's a 6. I think if they can win 3 games, they'll move up to a 5. That means tomorrow's game, they beat Illinois. I don't know if beating Illinois would be enough to get up to a 5. But I think if they win at least Illinois and then possibly Michigan, how do you not move them up another spot? So we know one Wisconsin team's going to be heading to the tournament, though, and that's UW Green Bay Phoenix, the women's basketball team, winning the Horizon title yesterday. So they're back in the big dance. Congrats to the Phoenix, UW Green Bay women's basketball team, perennial powerhouse in the Horizon League. So, here was the other bracketology I wanted to look at really quick. On 3. So On 3 has, do they still have Wisconsin as a 6? They've got, where are they? Are they in the, I must have missed it. They don't have it nice, built like a nice bracket. You got to scroll through everything on here. They've got, hold on, bear with me here for a second. Okay, is that right? Okay, they do have them as a 6. A lot of people have, I think everyone that I've seen so far still has a potential Wisconsin-Iowa State game in a round of 32. Interesting. All right, I got to take another quick break here as we approach halftime in the 4th quarter. All right, halfway mark of the 4th quarter. Final call for any Hy-Vee game changers. Final call for any, I'm not saying, but I'm just saying. And final call, it's those two. So yeah, final call for those two. Oh, no, final call for your wish list of the players who are still available in the NFL free agency markets. Give me a guy or give me a couple players that you would absolutely love to see the Packers make a move for today. Who is it? All right. Let me know. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back in just a few minutes. Looking for affordable, reliable auto parts? Well, then start with the experts who know vehicles inside and out. That's ASAP Used Auto Parts and Conrad's Auto Salvage. You can find recycled parts that keep your vehicle running without breaking the bank, like engines, transmissions, hard-to-find components. If you need it, chances are they've got it. Their knowledgeable team helps you find the right part fast, saving you time and some money, whether you are a do-it-yourselfer, a repair shop, or just trying to extend the life of your ride. Trust the local pros. ASAP Used Auto Parts and Conrad's Auto Salvage. From salvage to service, one name you can trust. Think before you head out to Vegas, their digital, we might have to send you some swag to rep the good old sports talk and such. By the way, if you listeners out there stop by the VFW Post 305 anytime from about 6 to noonish, a little 12:30 or whatever. We'll have some swag to hand out. Some new tees are coming in, some sports talk tees. We still have a few of the other ones left. Maybe some mugs, some scotch glasses, Victory scotch glasses. We've got Brewers schedules. We've got a bunch of stuff that I want to hand out and such. So those will be available. We've got in the mobile man cave now, kind of a swag bin or a swag carts. Right, we got a little bit of a swag cart that we're gonna have included in that mobile man cave. So, but yeah, stop by and grab some of that stuff if you want. But got to get that name before you go to Vegas. Got to get a name for you guys for in the YouTube chat room. I want a good one. All right, I want a good one, fun, creative one. Okay, if you hear and I got to turn my phone off. My wife is texting me because she is a chaperone on my kids' field trip. So I'll catch up after we're done. Got to tell her to stop. All right. We have oh, no, never mind. Thought we had something, but the Chiefs just officially making it official that Travis Kelce is back. So one of the rumors, Lions and Eagles have talked to the Raiders about Max Crosby. I was wondering, too, with the Lions, because they created a bunch of cap space after converting Jared Goff's deal. Was it $32 million, I think we saw this morning? I mean, that's a big chunk of change. Now, it could be, are they going to try to make a move? Or could it be that they also have to lock up maybe some of their other guys, some of their guys that are due for some extensions and such? So, again, we see a lot of this cap space being created by some of these teams, and it could very well be they're targeting somebody. They're trying to maybe open up and make a play for someone, or they're just game planning for their own guys to get deals and extensions. Here's the other thing, too. We mentioned Edrin Cooper, but so this is 2026. Let me bring up some potential players on this Packers team. Not this year, but the next offseason, you could be talking about new contracts. So let me bring this up. I'm going to bring up Edrin Cooper. We've got maybe even a Jordan Morgan on there too. But what about Evan Williams I want to bring up, and Javon Bullard. Okay, so Edrin Cooper will enter his final year of his rookie deal in 2027. And I believe off the top of my head, if my memory serves me correct, they can't sign him to an extension right now. He's got to have the 3 years, because I think that was the whole Brock Purdy and Russell Wilson thing. If you remember when Russell Wilson began his career and Brock Purdy, they had outplayed their contracts, but not eligible for an extension and such until after the 3rd year. So you've got, after this year, how we're talking about like Jaden Reed and Tucker Kraft and that right now, we're going to be having that conversation this time next year for guys like Edrin Cooper, for guys like Javon Bullard. Now, Bullard, let me bring him up. Yep, Bullard, going to be the same thing, and Evan Williams. Those 3 guys, we're going to be talking about them next year at this time. Also, Jordan Morgan's going to be involved in this thing. This is a huge year for Jordan Morgan. Entering his 3rd year, he does have the option. The Packers can do the option thing with him. But a lot of it, I think, is going to be decided on that and how well he plays at left tackle this year. if he goes out there and he plays incredibly well, you're going to have to probably sign him to an extension, and we know left tackle money is not cheap. Not cheap. But if he goes out there and it's like, okay, yep, that's our guy at left tackle for the next 4 or 5 years, well, you're going to have to get that extension done. And I'm not saying that's why they're having all this cap space right now. But one thing I will throw out to remind people, and there's going to be other players that are going to be coming off the books. So, you got cap space that opens up that way too. So extra cap money, whatever cap isn't used this year, does roll over. Okay? Does roll over. So that is something to maybe keep it. And I'm not saying they're going to roll over all $30-some million this year, and I don't think they should. I don't think that would be smart. But I wouldn't also be surprised if they're already kind of like game planning. It's a long game. It's a long, vision. And you look at this and like, this time next year, we're talking about right now Tucker and possibly Jaden and Devontae Wyatt and obviously Christian Watson too. We're going to be having those conversations about Evan Williams, Javon Bullard, Jordan Morgan, and Edrin Cooper this time next year. They know it, and they're probably already having those type of conversations. Possibly getting way ahead of ourselves here, but possibly, that Lucas Van Ness one too is going to be interesting. Throw his name into that equation. Lucas Van Ness might be like the Devontae Wyatt. How we're talking about Devontae Wyatt this year, that might be Lucas Van Ness for next year if they pick up that option. But anyways, just kind of looking at some of the. Oh, okay. So actually in 2027, if this is accurate how it is right now, Green Bay would actually have about $75.5 million in cap space. Not bad, but they would probably move on. Yeah, they're going to move on from. This is bad. I'm looking at Aaron Banks's contract. I know they kicked the can down the road a little bit, but his 2027 cap hit. So this year his cap hit, after they kind of restructured it, is just $12 million, but he's got a dead cap of 36.4. 2027, his cap hit explodes to 25, nearly 25 and a half. But his dead cap is more. 26.3. So Aaron Banks might still be on this team next year. Then you're possibly looking at, okay, moving on from him ahead of the 2028 season where he's got a $24 million cap hit, and then your dead cap's only about 16. Oh, I really, 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 really hope we have some really good play from Aaron Banks this year. Otherwise, man, that's going to be hard to stomach when it comes to 2027. Oh, that's not great. That's not great. That's where I think, too, where you're seeing a lot of people say, well, they didn't have to do that kick the can down the road for Aaron Banks. They didn't necessarily have to do that same thing with Xavier McKinney. So the fact that they are doing that stuff, does that mean they're doing something or planning for something right now? That's why you're seeing a lot of people kind of doing a little bit of speculating with that. And I get it. I understand it. Just going to have to wait and see. All right, we got to take our final break here as we start to wrap up. We'll do some picks. We've got college basketball games on the docket, so we'll get to that. Some final thoughts, maybe for baseball and such tonight. We'll find out if Team USA is going to be moving on in the World Baseball Classic. All they can do is sit and watch Italy versus Mexico. A lot of things at play here, but upset victory for Team Italy over Team USA last night. If USA does not advance, you know there's going to be a lot of second guessing on how Team USA approached last night's game. Resting some guys, sitting some guys and such. It's going to be scrutinized, analyzed, all that stuff. So, all right, we'll take a quick break and start to wrap up things. Final comments, hit me up, text it, video stream it, all that good stuff. We'll be right back in just a couple minutes. All right, we got about 10 minutes left until top of the hour, and we're done on this Wednesday morning. How about that? Let's make some picks. We'll start off in the NHL world. Just 2 games on the docket for tonight. So we've got Montreal taking on Ottawa. I'll take on the Senators. Washington taking on Philadelphia. Give me the Capitals of Washington. Excuse me. Let's do some NBA games here. Cleveland at Orlando. I'll roll with the Cavs in that one. Toronto taking on New Orleans. Give me the Raptors. Knicks, Jazz. Give me the Knicks. Houston at Denver. I'm going to go with the Nuggets. Charlotte, Sacramento, Charlotte. 12.5-point favorite for Charlotte, too. Minnesota at the Clippers. Give me, I'm going to go T-Wolves. I'll go T-Wolves. College basketball. We've got games all across the board here for conference tournaments. Maryland versus Iowa. Give me Iowa. Arizona State versus Iowa State. Give me Iowa State. LSU versus Kentucky. Give me the Wildcats of Kentucky. SMU versus Louisville. I'll go with Louisville. What else do we got on here that I want to pick? Let's go Providence versus Butler. I'm going to go Providence. I'm just kind of looking at some intriguing, possibly close games here. Northwestern, Indiana. I'm going to go with Indiana. Xavier versus Marquette. I'll go with Marquette to pick up the win. Ole Miss, Texas. Give me Texas. California, Florida State. I'll go FSU. Rutgers, Minnesota. I'll go with the Gophers. Where are we at here? Okay, that's Wake Forest, Clemson. Yeah, I'll go with Clemson on there too. So really going to get into some good matchups coming up on Thursday because we've got Virginia in action. Miami of Ohio is going to be in action. St. John's going to be in action. Texas Tech, obviously Wisconsin, Arizona, Tennessee, the U. So Duke, Houston, UConn. Going to have a lot of good games tomorrow. If you got, I wonder if they'd let me. I might have to set up my tablet so we can have some. Games don't usually start until right when I'm done with this anyways. So, it is what it is. So, all right, those are your picks for this Wednesday morning. Last night, the big thing in the sports world outside of the Max Crosby ordeal was Bam Adebayo scoring 83 points earlier on. A big thanks to everybody who sent over your picks. But, Bam Adebayo scoring 83, moving past Kobe Bryant for second most points scored in a game. Obviously, Wilt Chamberlain still holds it at a 100. But we asked, what are some of the most unbreakable records? Do you think that NBA scoring record is going to be broken? Most amount of points in a single game. Do you think that is going to be broken? And honestly, from everybody who kind of chimed in on that, it was about 50-50. It was about 50-50. But a lot of you, we also asked, what do you think is like an unbreakable record that I guess was labeled unbreakable record for the longest time, but you think now it will eventually be broken in your lifetime? Do you think there is a record that will eventually be broken? Is it a scoring record? Is it wins-loss record? Is it championship record? Anything like that. Obviously, I think there's still some of those that during my lifetime I don't think are ever going to be broken. I don't think Jerry Rice's record is going to be broken. I think, now this is just me, if I had to pick one, fairly big one, okay, just like a fairly recognizable one, famous one, if Derrick Henry rushes for over 1,200 yards this year, maybe even over 1,000, that's going to get closer. Because right now he's 32 years old. He just turned 32. He's coming off of another season where he was second in the league in rushing at 1,595. He's about 5,000 and change away from Emmitt Smith. He is 10th all-time right now in rushing yards. If he can stay healthy and he puts together another top 5 year this year, we might be getting close. Might. Just let me bring up Henry and Emmitt Smith here for just to kind of. Now, Emmett obviously played 15 years in the league. Broke it when he was with Dallas, so, I mean, you can factor that in there. But okay, so I was just kind of looking at some of the numbers. Emmett rushed his rookie year for 937 yards. Then it was constant over 1,000 yards. The last time he rushed for over 1,000 yards, he was aged 32. Then he went 975 his last year in Dallas, 256. I think the one thing that's kind of surprising, it honestly surprised me a little bit, he did rush for 937 yards his final year with the Cardinals, his final year in the league. So at the age of 35 with the Cardinals, Emmitt Smith still nearly ran for 1,000 yards. He played 15 games that year, so maybe if he would have played one more, he might have had it. 9 rushing touchdowns, too. And he had 3 receiving No receiving. Okay, that was first downs. So Emmett is at 18,355 in a total of 15 years. In a total of 10 years for Derrick Henry, he is at 13,018. Is it possible? I think if Derrick Henry goes, maybe we start to put that on notice. It would take a few more. On average, it's got to be 5. He has to play at a high level for 5 more years. And I know that's going to be tough calling. But he's the closest right now. I'm not ready to say it's on watch. Let's see how this year goes. Then maybe. Other than that, I'm trying to think of like the iconic ones, the big ones that are out there. Touchdown passes in a year? Do you think that'll be broken again in your lifetime? Peyton Manning's got, is it 55 still in 2013? Honestly, I feel like I could see that one being broken in this type of league. Yeah. I could see total scrimmage touchdowns, 31 LT. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised Saquon didn't kind of get that. It'd have to be like a running back, I feel like. Receiving touchdowns, 23. Randy Moss. I feel like I could see that one being broken. Yeah, I feel like I could see that. I feel like I could see the passing touchdowns and the receiving touchdowns being broken at some point in my lifetime. All right, that might be a good podcast just to kind of come up with a list and go through all that. So, all right. So for tomorrow, let's take a look at what we got on the docket for tomorrow. A little homework assignment for all you kiddos out there. Okay. So with it being Thursday, right? Thursday, first we'll catch up with Jake Boakes. So if you have any questions for our outdoors chat, DNR Warden Jake Boakes, you can send those on over, hunting, fishing related. Got spring turkey tags opening up next week and such. So send those on over. We'll do our Enough is Enough. What's a sports narrative? What's a sports story that is out there that you're just like, enough is enough. Enough is enough with this Bucs team. And then Thursday's Takeover Thursday. This is where I put the show in your hands. You're the producers. You're the creative geniuses. Give me some topics that you want to talk about. Come up with a topic. Come up with a few topics. And let's talk about it tomorrow. All right? For our Takeover Thursday. So, all right. Zach Digital, C-Bomb, Paul. I expect a name for the chat room tomorrow. All right. Need a good name. All right, there's a shot clock right there. Have a fantastic rest of your Wednesday. Maybe we'll have another Packers free agency, our free agent to sign, or free agent to talk about. Track record shows, but who knows? 15 days away until baseball opening day, too. It is almost your 2 weeks from tomorrow, man. Have a good rest of your Thursday. Same place, same time, tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. Chat with you all then.